Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. We have some vehicles that are parked in front of the winner's circle that we need to get moved. We have some vehicles in front of the winner's circle that we need to get moved for our upcoming event. Thank you. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. We have a black Honda in front of the winner's circle that we need to get moved. A black Honda in front of the winner's circle. Could the owner please move the car?
All right, good afternoon. Welcome back to Sonoma Raceway for Wednesday Night Drags and Drift. Hey, we got a lot of nostalgia cars over there on the other side. Check out the Sunoco Victory Lane. Got all the flags up and banners. Man, the guys who win tonight could have some really cool pictures when we go inside there for our pictures at the end of the night. So, again, we're going to start over like we always do. We start with Jackpot and work our way over all the way down to high school and top the cops, and we turn around and do it all over again to about 7 o'clock. We should be getting you guys out here right about 4 o'clock. So, give you the lane assignments, which they always are. Lane 0 and 0 are all the way over against the K-wall. That'll be top to cops and high school. Then lane 1 through 4 will be street. 5 through 6 will be Sports Street. 7 motorcycle. Lanes 8 and 9 comp rod. 10 to 13 will be Gear Jammer. 14 and 15 will be Jackpot, and 16 will be all the way over, and lane 16, for time only, time permitting. Okay, so about when the track lights come on at night, we need you to turn on your taillights. That's one of the prerequisites we have here, and I'm pretty well stickler over because when it gets dark enough, you cannot see. If you look out there, you see that little black patch out there right after the as you go up the hill, and that's where we start to lose everybody. So we need to see the taillights up there so we know where you are at all times on the track as it gets dark. Also, we have 2 turns, right-hand turnoffs on the top end. Feel free to use whichever one is the safest one you can get off on the track with. Also, the right lane has lane choice. So if you go up there, there you are the ones that, hey, get behind them. They're the ones. Okay, if you run quicker than 13.99 or quicker in the quarter mile, you're going to be required to have a helmet. And if you run an aftermarket supercharger or turbochargers, you're going to have an SFI jacket included on that. Passengers must be over the age of 16. Convertibles running quicker than 1350, that's 1349, will require roll bars. Okay, that's that. On the convertibles, you still have the same thing with a helmet and everything. Also, hardtop cars and trucks running 1149 quicker in the quarter will require roll bars, SFI jacket, or helmet. Cars 2008 or newer, hardtop cars, safety, and slower than 10 flat and slower than 134 miles an hour in the quarter do not require roll bars, but require a jacket are required. And again, Joe Rossi, probably one of the nicest men that you've ever meet here in Sonoma Raceway, just came up. I want to thank him very much. And Joe, you are one class act. Okay, so remember the 15 miles an hour on the return roads, okay? 15 miles an hour on the return roads. We do have a way of telling if you're going way too fast. Everybody's asking me if I got a haircut. No, I did not get a haircut. It's been like this for months.
Seriously?
You missed it.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Yeah, Rachel, you didn't get. I didn't get a haircut.
I'm back, so now it's going to be a good day.
No, I did get my haircut.
Okay.
I'm just lying with you. I got something for you in my car. I'm going to go down. Just hang out a second. So that's about it. For rules, we're going to start off with Jackpot in about 10 minutes or so. We'll get you guys running light right now, so you're going to get a bunch of time runs in tonight. And be safe out there. We'll have some fun. All right, also we are required to wear your mask at all times here at Sonoma Raceway due to the coronavirus. Also stay 6 feet apart at all times. And Rachel's here. I got to go. Rachel's here. She says she got vaccinated, so I'm waiting for her to either get the growth out of her arm, get a third arm, or, something else. She said she already had to trim her antennas back. But, again, please respect the COVID-19 restrictions here and wear your mask at all times. So it gives you a heads up. This will be our last Wednesday night here in April. And then we'll be back here May 5th. We're going to do it all over again. 8th mile will be no longer have. We're going quarter mile, man. I love quarter mile when we get to have it. Takes a little bit longer, but
Shorter, they said.
no, it's longer. It just takes a little bit more time. Sixth season. Missed last year by a bunch, but it's good. They'll be here tonight, going against the high school kids. They exterminated them last week. They took it 3-1. They took the win over the high school students. They've been dominating this thing for the last 3 years. It's not even been close. The police officers have been beating up on the kids big time. So about Top to Cops, Bay Area local law enforcement agencies have joined forces with Sonoma Raceway here for teen drivers. The program is called Top to Cop. So if you have a high school student and you want to bring them out to Wednesday night drags, take them out here, let them run your car, and they can actually go up and race a police officer. You know, it's really nice when you see the lights. You know, here you can get chased. It's not like me coming home Wednesday night. I got pulled over for a license plate bulb being out.
Wow.
I didn't get a ticket though. They were, you know, I had the Prius, so yeah, they said the license plate's out and your low beams are a little bit low. They gave me a whole bunch of stuff. So I fixed I fixed that. So I just brought the truck instead. I fixed light bulbs that way. Just drove a different car. All right, we also have a little pot. I'm going to call it potluck that I started last month. It's called Perfect. If you go trip zero and you go dead on zero during eliminations, you get what's in the pot. Right now it's $120. Okay, I add to it every month. So it could be 20. It's always going to be a minimum of $20 that I add to it. Okay, by the end of the season, it's going to be a pretty good chunk of change. So if nobody goes dead on zero and with a perfect light, here's what we do. We're going to have keep your time slips when you go dead on zero. All right? And then at the end of the season, whoever has the best package, and if there's a tie, we'll run them off. I already asked Nick if we could do that. So the best package at the end of the season, if nobody goes perfect, will get the pot. So here, that's it, man. It's up. So that I'm doing. I want you guys to get a little quick change. So that's what we're doing. If anybody wants to help donate, they feel free to do it. Tech is in lot 2. Tech is in lot 2. Now, if you're going to ask me where lot 2 is, find a security guard. They'll tell you. Because all I know is lot 2. They got a lot of stuff going on over here on the other side. They got this big race this week, starting tomorrow. They're doing a little practicing today. You got to see some of the cars. I walked around, got here earlier like I did. I saw some of the cars that I wanted since I was a kid. A 1970 green vinyl-topped Challenger TA. That thing was so nice, so nice. I mean, there's a lot of cars up there. So if you get a chance, run up there, take a look what's in the paddock. Man, there are some beautiful, beautiful vintage race cars out there. Now, Nick was telling me that might have been a tribute car. It may not have been a tribute car. We'll find out one way or another if we can. I mean, I walked around. I saw cars that, man, I grew up with going, dang, when I remember watching the SCCA, reading them books, because I lived on the East Coast, okay? It was hard to get to the racetrack. It's not like out here we have Sonoma Raceway. I had to go all the way up to Lime Rock and other tracks up there where I lived in upstate New York. So it was quite a haul on the weekend. So you picked and chose on what you wanted to do. But yeah. So we will get you guys going in a few minutes. Now, if you see Kevin McKinney over there at Top to Cops, he has a nice 1988 Corvette Coupe. It's a L98 with 700 R4 transmission. He's got 385 horsepower at 425 torque with the 95 ZR1 rear taillight assembly. Okay, it's got side louvers, boiler exhaust, ram air, all the good stuff. He's selling it. So if you want to check it out, it's a nice car. It's great. So if you want it, come up, see me or talk to Kevin McKenna over there. Beautiful car, beautiful race car. Hey, looks like it is exactly like 4 o'clock, I believe. You can look over there. And we're going to get ready to start with Comprod. First car is out. would be, don't know who's driving the Nova, but we'll figure that out. And then we got the grudge races coming up. We got a grudge race. Grudge race in Jackpot. All right, here we go. The grudge race right here on the line. Jorge Valencia and Daniel Valencia are going head to head to see who's got the fastest car. Jorge's got the Chevy Love, and I know it runs about 1050s. Daniel Valencia's got the BMW. This thing goes in the 1040s at 130 miles an hour. So who's going to be the first to the other end of the track? Will be Daniel, will be Jorge. Wow, look at that BMW. It's hanging, it's pulling gears. Looks like Jorge may get him. Both had good lights, 027 for Jorge, 064 for that. Daniel takes a loss. Jorge pulls out a 1043 at 131 miles an hour. Daniel got beat, goes 1080 at 132. Yeah, he was light. He didn't want to break a drive shaft like he did last week, Daniel. But man, Jorge, you got some competition right there. Daniel's got some mile an hour. If he launches a little bit better, he got your butt, boys. Don Creed and Mark Sawyer going at it. Sawyer, nice light, but they were both early, 007, 009. They went to the dark side of the tree. They turned it red. So let's see what goes on there. 1101 at 120. O'Reilly's side goes 1255 at 107. All right, so we're back in the Jam Pop. We got the world's fastest barber in the West, Ray Lucas, out there in the Mustang, and then I'll bring the end of Jackpot. The Diesel's out there. You know, that's the mosquito abatement project that goes on here at Sonoma Raceway when we get the Diesels. If it flies, it dies. That's what happens when we get the Diesels going down there, turned up nice and rich. Now we're going into, hey, Jackpot. All right, back in. Yeah, I was just up here having a conversation with Bob Langston. I was saying, about Sean Ealing's kid running jackpot. He goes, because that way he runs against the bench and everything, and you get better that way. And he goes up to me and goes, "Hey, how did that work out when you raced Peter Biondo?" And I go, 1-1.
We were in line up on the road.
Talk to Nick right here. Go right here. Go right in there. Yeah, so Bob goes that. I go, yeah, I did pretty good against Peter. It was 1-1. He cleaned my clock the first time. Then they figured out that my box was misadjusted. And then it was fun. We both red lit in the second one, but I was closer to 0. Now that puts us back into Comprod. Coming up right here, I can see Joe Piazza. And it might be Mark Carlson over there. That's what it might be in the Camaro. Yeah, that was a fun race, I got to admit. That was my first really big-time bracket race that Kyle put on. Man, that was fun. I made a little bit of money. First day I got my clock cleaned, but the second day I was on it. I went into the money round, so hey, I did good. The only way you get better, race events, better competition. You get your hand in it to you, that makes you want to work harder and do better. That's my philosophy. So isn't it a beautiful day, guys? It's supposed to be all like this all through the weekend. A little windy today. We got a tailwind going up the track, so that will most likely turn around to a headwind probably about, I'd say about 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. It's going to probably turn around to a headwind like it always does. So it'll be a little bit quicker. There's Bob Langston walking up with Sean Ealing. They're going to watch Sean's kid race here in a few minutes in Comprod. What I like about Comprod and all the cars, we got a diversity of cars that we get to go down the track here and get to watch every week. We got from 50 Chevys, the pickup truck here, which is probably in the 40s. And then we get the brand new Corvettes out here hanging out. We had a couple of C8s come out already, and they're not that bad. They're just a plain C8. I can't wait till Chevrolet decides to make them fast. They're pretty fast now, but we'll put the in there. 066, Denzel side, 016. Goes 11.99, 112 miles an hour. Right side, Denzel side goes 10.62 at 132. Sooner or later, all you're going to be seeing is like this white car here, probably going down the drag strips, I would say in another 20 years. Something that tells me 20 years, man. You see that? Electric cars, that's what it's going to be. Got a feeling. I could be wrong, but I got a funny feeling I'm going to be right on this one, guys. Looking at the way the present things are going in California here in 15 years or so, they want to stop selling all gas cars here. So we'll figure out how they're going to excise a road tax on that one. And we'll figure that out. They always do. Oh, I gotta say, I like this pickup truck. Let's see what this pickup does. That's one of my years. I almost bought one of those about 40 years ago, and I should have got it. I should have bought it, and I just didn't have the money on hand to buy it, and I should have done it. Should have borrowed it, and got this car, but man, I want to see what this does going down the track. You got a roll bar in it, means number one, you're going to at least go 11:49 or faster. Well, as Knightley's improvement, it's going to be in the 11s. Oh, no, it surprises me. 10:19 at 132. Wow, that car's got some top end. That is a nice little pickup truck. 10:19, pick up your light. You're going to be hard to beat. All right, here is Zach Ealing bringing on the new generation in the Ealing clan. Father Sean's over there watching. Sean took a win over at Sacramento this weekend and then promptly did a Jorge Valencia boom the engine. So he got a win. So did Mike Ealing, his uncle. So that's pretty good. Not a bad light, Sean. For Zach, man, 076 on the tree. Kid's getting better and better. Man, last week he made it all the way to the finals, but he ran into Juggernaut of Chris Burden with that new Mustang that he's driving. He's deadly with that. So let's see how he does today. Usually if you run her up, odds are you might take the win. Tommy Johnson over here in the O'Reilly side. Be three cars left in this time run for that. And then we'll be into motorcycle. See how they do there. Everybody will sign it around here. Everybody who's got their license will sign it in 90. And then next time you get your license. Huh? Yeah, I know you're doing really good. Yeah. I'm just behind. I mean, I didn't know what was going on with Kyle leaving and the new staff coming in and what. We didn't know. So I had to wait to see if I even had a job. I didn't know. All right, we're back in the motorcycle. Doug Love went 1280 on that pass. Let's see who we got here. We don't have a lot of names at the moment, but sooner or later we will. Thank you. All right, so Joe Sisk out here in the Denso side. He's probably the fastest vehicle that we're going to have here on the facility tonight. Let's see what he does. It should be in the nines. 9:23 at 150. Man, that's big time from Joe Sisk. Got to be the tailwind. Got to be the tailwind. And like I said, about 5:30, 6 o'clock, it's going to turn around and do the other way. It always does. Hey, you guys watch the NHRA over the weekend in Vegas?
Some of it,
Did you see the explosion of Robert Height?
no.
Man, he busted that body up. It didn't blow all the way up. It just cracked in half.
Yeah,
Big time blower
I
explosion.
did see that.
And he drove it out, man. Robert Height, that was a heck of a drive. Yep, so like I said, Joe Sisk will probably be the fastest car we got out here tonight. There is one car that's faster, but I haven't seen it out yet this year, the 57 Chevy. We'll see what happens. Here comes Eric Oliver. He's going to do a single out here. Oh, nope, they're going to bring the other bike up, so there's going to be two. And then we'll be into Sport Street. All right, last two bikes going down the track. Hey, not bad lights. 096, 084. Not bad in motorcycle whatsoever. So that'll conclude motorcycle. We went 1077 and 1355. 125 in the Denso side, 106 in the O'Reilly side. Now it's going to bring us into Sport Street. Dead on Doug McKay. He will be the one bringing us down here at the beginning. Do I see a juke over there? There's only one person. Yep. It's got to be the only person who's juking around today in the juke. It gotta be. You know, I can go with the juke all day long. It's like that, the Hoover Dam joke. You can use that forever and ever and ever. Del Buno over there coming up. He'll be into the water box after Dead on Doug McKay comes down. Look at that. A 001. Man, that been in eliminations. Doug would have been on the hurting end of that one. He went 001 in the Denso side. Doug was late when 081. If that would have been an actual race, that would have been a good first round. All right, Steve Del Buno over here in the O'Reilly lane. Don't laugh. This juke is pretty good. The car is consistent. I mean, he does really well here on Wednesday nights, just juking around. Steve Delbuno Jr. Hey, Daniel or Jorge Valencia, come up and see me in the tower. Daniel or Jorge Valencia, please come to the tower. Now, Sports Street consists of all 4- and 6-cylinder cars. No V8s allowed. They got street. They also got comp rod because you don't see many 4-cylinders. And Jackpot, very rarely do we see one. So they got their own little class called Sports Street. It's good to see all the police officers over there and top the cop lane. We'll find out how many we have here in a little bit. See if they're going to keep that domination, that total domination going over the high school kids for the last 3 years. I mean, the high school kids have been just crushed. Come on. So I'm telling the high school kids, you got to step it up. I wonder what that little yellow, I think that's a Toyota. Might be a Supra or something over there in the Denso side. You know, I am a mechanic, right? I do this for a living. I look at cars and they just don't even pay attention to what they are anymore. I just work on them. It's funny because, you know, I associate, when people come in at work, my customers, they come in, I know exactly everything I've done to that car over the years. And I look at them sometimes and I'll go blank. I remember the car. Or I go blank and I go, I can't remember the name. And I have to wait and talk to my mechanic, Chris, do you remember who that was? No. And then I have to go write everything down. Write everything down. You know, it's just, you know, you associate things. It's a human nature thing. We associate it with everything. So that's what I do at work. I kind of associate the car and know what I do with the car because it's like a doctor. They know everything about you. You see, oh, yeah, I remember I did all this, gave you this, and they should do that. But I just remember the car, period. Well, Sports Street went pretty quick. Now we're going to be into street. Wow, that was pretty quick. Not a lot of Sports Street cars, but it'll get heavier later. Yeah, 002 light, so you get a 002 sticker, whoever was in car number 46 will come up and see me. Goes 1753 at 76. I have 007 and 002 stickers still, and I do believe I have a $2 bill. 002 stickers on top of the $2 bill, so it's up to you guys. If I want me to reorder those, I will. All right, Denzel's side went 13.93 at 96 miles an hour. Riley's side went 15.38 at 92. Hey, also in the high school, later on tonight with high school, as we get going on, more people show up. Juggers Racing Team is giving out a free tech card every Wednesday night here to one lucky winner in high school. So they get, at random, it doesn't matter, we just pull a card, and we give out a free tech card for the next race or whenever they want to use it. So later on tonight, we will reveal who is the winner of the Juggers Racing Team tech card in high school. Hey, they both turned on the red light. They were like saying, now if this was a real race, the one closest to zero would have won. That would have been the Riley side, who was 047 led to the 075 in the Denzo lane. Gotta love this Charger of it. It's got the double barrel hood scoop on it. It's a pretty cool little car. Let's see what he does. I've always loved, I got a soft spot in my heart for Chargers. All right, truck turns on the red light over there on the old Riley side. He's going to the dark side. He went to see Vader. Now, if you go green, you're a Jedi. If not, you're a stormtrooper. Yeah, that's how it's going to be. Go 1685 at 82 miles an hour. We're just about finished with street. Looks like we're in the last lane of it. And then we'll be in the high, top to cops will come out, and then high school will follow top to cops. That's how it always works. So remember, at the end of the races tonight, we're going to go over to Sunoco Victory Lane, get your pictures taken with our resident celebrity that has a TV network named after him, Nick and Night Bublets. And we're going to post them on Sonoma Raceway Facebook page, all the winners tonight. And it's going to be a pretty good backdrop, man. They got some, backdrop's going to be great for everybody who gets into Victory Lane. It's going to be beautiful. Jorge, come here for a minute. Or Daniel, or both of you. Oh, wow. Marco Paravalaris goes perfect on the tree. That's Nick at Night's Corvette. And the ironic thing about this, the first pass that Nick at Night took down the track went trip zero on the car, too.
Yeah.
So the car is deadly. Marco and Nick both trip zero first pass in the same car. It's unbelievable. Nick and them can do that.
Yeah.
So congratulations, Marco.
Well, I guess he already got it figured out.
Yeah, I guess you guys in street got a problem. He already figured out Nick's car, which was deadly to begin with. Now it's even deadlier than it is with Nick. I think it's deadlier with Marco driving. Somehow I just got that feeling. All right, I got Daniel and Jorge up here, Valencia. You know, Daniel's got the BMW. I started as 10s and went 1080, and he goes, I took it easy, and Jorge laid the wood on him big time with a 1049 pass.
1043.
1043 pass, I've corrected. Man, okay, you guys lined up again to go head-to-head?
You're going to go gear jammers.
Oh, you're going to go in gear jammers?
Yeah.
Man, I wanted to. Well, okay, we're just going to look who's faster tonight.
Yeah.
All right, I got my money on Daniel, even though I work on both cars, you know.
You'll lose.
I'm going to lose one way or another. Kyle, you want Daniel or you want Jorge? You know, you want the BMW or do you want the Jorge's truck? If you're listening, Kyle, I'll give you Jorge. You can win another $20 off me. Well, getting back to that, man, that is something. First pass down the track.
I wouldn't have bet money on that.
I would never, as Nick's saying, would not have bet money on that. I mean, that is just like, he comes up to me and goes, that's Marco in the Corvette. It's my old car. He went trip zero. I'm like, well, you went trip zero too the first time down the track. I mean, that's just, it's awesome. Shows you how good Marco is. It shows you how good Nick at Night is. All right? Nick, he can get in any car, anywhere, and be competitive. I swear, I've seen him in a renter car. I've seen him in a Volvo. The list is mind-boggling how many cars that Nick has had, and he better not get rid of the one he's got now. You better keep that one. The Chevelle, I mean, that, better not ever sell that. I'll have to get that tack hammer on and go tick, 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 you know, bang him on the head for a half an hour. But, yeah. All right, let me tell you one more time. This is a right-hand exit track only. Do not turn left. There are 2 lanes at the top of the track on the right-hand side. Again, feel free to choose whichever one that you can safely get your car off the track. You turn right. Do not turn left. We went over this in the simple rules already this morning. We'll do it again. Right turns only to get off the track. They are drifting in the top end. You do not go left. Turn right only. And remember, right lane has right of way. Well, on that note, let's get back to racing and have more fun talks. We're getting near the end of... Looks like we're near the end of the street, and I see we'll be getting the high school shortly, and then top to cops, or vice versa. I love it watching the police officers go down the track, lights flying up. It's just so cool. I believe we're the only track in the country that offers this program. And the kids really, really like it. And there is Steve Jaslovsky just showed up. We call him Grumpy because he goes out here with a stick shift in big money races, and even goes in the races in Pro ET up at SAC in the ET series they have up there against automatics, and he does well. So, you know, you don't have to be an automatic, but it is an automatic world when you get to a drag strip. It's so hard now to compete with a stick shift against an automatic cars. But, hey, that's why we have gear jammers. All right, we've got a Z06 coming up against Challenger. I'm going to say the Z06 cleans the Challenger's clock. Just got an idea about that. All right, here we go. Dodge Challenger Z06 Corvette. I'm going to tell you which one's faster. The one in the O'Reilly side should be way faster. We're near the end of the street. I see the police officers pulling out. We've got 1, 2, 3. We got 4, 5, 6. Looks like we got 6 police officers today. Dang, that's a good. I hope we got 6 high school students. We'll have to send Nick down there in his old truck and have to go up against you guys. All right, here we go. The Dodge Chevy battle. Who is faster? All right, the better light goes to the Challenger. Got him big time, but that was about it. It's over already. Corvette's already around him big time. Corvette goes 11.19, 138 miles an hour, 13.87 at 103 for the Challenger. Told you it was going to be over quick. It was better light, though. We just could not hold them off. All right, here comes a 55 Chevy in the box. Going to be racing the Camaro over there in the Denzel side when it comes back up. 007 red doesn't really get you anything, but it went to the dark side. That's about it. That's all it is going to get you. All right. You're going to take the 55 Chevy, or you're going to take the Camaro? I'm going to go with the 55 Chevy. It's one of my favorite year cars. You know, everybody says, oh, the 57 Chevy. I didn't think they were anywhere as nice as the 55 and the 56. It's just my opinion. I don't like the dash layout mostly. All right, the Camaro puts them on the ground with a 055 light to the 148 on that. Camaro's way faster. Goes 1180 at 116. 1406 at 97 for the 55. Wow, I did not choose wisely on that one. All right, the Denzel side goes 1604 at 86 miles an hour. Riley side 1354 at 108. A few more cars and we'll be into the police officer program, top the cops. I call it about the 16-second bracket because they're all about 16 seconds and change. Once in a while they throw out a 15-second car. All right, since they're all doing that, I see a Taurus out there for the police officers. let's see if it's faster than 16 seconds. I don't know if it's a twin turbo one that they put in there, or is it just a regular V6 or whatever. But I know some of the Tauruses get into the really, really low 14s, or they dip into the 13s. So we'll see. It all depends of weight. All right, last two cars down the track, and we're going to be into Top the Cops. All right, we're going to go send up fire safety to look at something. So we're going to hold everybody up just a second. Okay, once again. Okay, this is the second time. Oh, yeah, hey, Steve Del Buono Jr. just told me, hey, it's not NASCAR. We do not turn left. We turn right here, okay? You can use the NASCAR track on this side if you turn right and want to feel what the NASCAR guys drive like, how cool it is to drive down the lanes. But, hey, right-hand turn only on this track. All right, we're getting into the police cars. See what they do. Car number 1, I think it's a highway patrol. Did not read the car, but the second one definitely is a highway patrol. Kind of looks like they're both highway patrol cars. Let's see. We just look at reaction times right now. You don't really care how fast. Well, that didn't really help his reaction time. Turned on the red light. He went Roxanne, like Eddie Murphy singing in the prison, you know. Turn on the red light, Roxanne. He's saying it's so bad, too, on purpose. That's what I try to emulate when I do it, Eddie Murphy. So if you guys ever wonder why I do that, that's my tribute to Eddie Murphy singing Roxanne. All right, highway patrol car number 2 over here in Denzo's side. All right, not a good light, but he put up a number 935 on the tree for the highway patrol officer just going down. He goes 1732.
Yeah, those are classics, man.
Yep, Steve Del Buono is talking about 40 hours. He goes, that's who you've been singing it like, you know? I go, yeah, that's the whole attitude towards it. It's a tribute to Eddie Murphy and the 48 Hours movies. And Nick Nolte, that's pretty good. Hey, 241, there's a better light. He goes 1663, that's better than the 17-second pass. All right, but that's good. Another highway patrol officer, I believe. We got a lot of highway patrol officers tonight. Oh, we got a Nevada one coming up. Let's see what he does here. Well, they're getting closer. Well, actually not. A 1.04 light. Needs a little work. Hey, guys, you got to do better than this if you're going to take on the kids later on. All right, let's see how fast the Taurus is. Will it be in the 17-second class, or will the Taurus actually surprise us and be fast? Here we go. Let's see. Hey, there we are, an 096 light in the Taurus. It doesn't look like it's a twin-turbo car. Not even close. They're probably just a V6. No, not very fast.
16s, maybe?
Yeah, that's why I call it the 16-second class. They're all around 16. 1646 at 86 miles an hour, Steve. That's exactly why it's the 16-second class. See what we got here. We got a Novato police officer over here, and followed up by another. Looks like another highway patrol, and then we'll be in the high school. All right, O'Reilly side goes 16:52 at 85 miles an hour. Not a bad light, 295. Let's see what he does on the top end. This one looks like it's going a little quicker than 16 seconds. Maybe, maybe not. Nope, that was actually slower. That had to be the V6 in the Dodge. It's slower than the V6 in the Dodge is slower than the Ford Explorers. Wow.
Exploder is a EcoBoost.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't think the Explorers have a twin turbo on it. I don't think they do. But we can always go pop a hood later on and investigate. All right, we're back into high school. Charlotte over here in the O'Reilly side.
It is.
Richie Love's daughter over here in the Denzo side. Let's see who did better. Hey, Charlotte smoked her with an 043. Charlotte's been dominating this class this year. She wants that championship badly. I know she does. She got it. Last year she lost to her boyfriend, Dustin Pierce. They went back and forth all season long, and Dustin took over the points lead over Charlotte. So this year she says, I want it. My last season, I am going to take this championship. And I believe if she's on her present course and makes all the races and does everything she's got to do, she's going to be hard to beat. She's going to put numbers up there that she can miss a few and nobody's going to beat it. She goes 043 on the tree, goes 1564 at 88.
That's nice to have a little cushion like that.
Hey, we got a pretty good bunch of high school cars here. Wow. Is that high school? Did somebody buy them a brand new Supra? That's high school, right? Hey, look at this. High school, man, driving a brand new Toyota Supra coming up to the water box right now. All right, Denzel's side goes 11:23 at 131. O'Reilly's side goes 14:97 at 94. It should be one more car out in high school after these two. And I believe we're going to be either in time onlys or jackpot. I don't know what's coming up. I'm going to leave that to the guys in the lanes. The new V6 is even in the Kia. That's a Kia, right?
2015, yeah.
Yeah, 2015 Kia Sedona. This is Steve Del Bio's wife's car we're talking about. 230 horsepower in a V6.
284.
Oh, 284? Wow.
284.
That's,
It
you know,
pulls hard.
we didn't have that much in a big block Chevy
I'm
back
gonna
then.
bring it out here one of these days.
All right, here, let's see what this Toyota Supra will do. He's a little late on the tree, but he gone.
12.
It's going to be in the high 12s, maybe 11s. Nope, 1226 at 111. It kind of rolled over on the top end if you watched it. I thought he had an 11-second pass in it.
That's the fastest high school guy here, ain't it? 1220?
No, last year we had the other week we had a Challenger that was faster than that.
High school?
Yeah, in high school. Yeah, high school kids got faster cars than most of us do that work here, except for Nick at night. He's got the fastest car. Well, actually, no, I got the faster car because I got the TR7.
Well, he's got that fleet over in Concord.
The fleet?
That's Dad's house, the fleet of cars.
Yeah, he's got a fleet of cars over there to choose from his dad's house. Steve Delbino was telling me. I mean,
That Chevelle's pretty nice. The black one?
yeah, Yeah, Nick's, oh, yeah. Did you see the bird out on Facebook that I posted with him doing it? Oh, you have to go to, find my page and find it. It's there somewhere.
Can I just go to posts?
Yeah, go to
I don't
post.
have Facebook. I can go to posts and read stuff.
Yeah, it'll read it. Find it in post. It's back there back there a month or two, about a month or two, but you'll find it. I'm not on Facebook anymore. I have my accounts there. I do look at it, but I'm not doing anything with Facebook. I'm done with
Social media stuff?
the social media stuff of the people acting like, yeah, you offended somebody. Ah.
Much of this going on.
Yeah, so, that's what happened with that. I just said, you know what, if you guys got to reach me, there's a phone number, you call me, or text me, or go to Messenger. I'm still there, so you can find me.
Watching at home.
Oh, I'm looking at this diesel truck coming up here. I mean,
Get the green.
Norbaum over there, that is a kind of sort of a Copo car. He bought the body, he put everything else in it. So yes and no, it's not a Copo, but he did buy the body from Chevrolet, the Copo body. But he did everything else himself on that. Huh?
A roller then. You bought a roller?
No, he bought the body.
Okay.
No rear end, no front end. He put everything in it.
Oh, no rear ender.
Yep, just the body.
Wow.
All right, here we go. Diesel truck. Making some decent sound up here. I think it's going to get dark. Something tells me it's going to get dark outside right about now. I don't know why. See darkness coming. Oh, yep. Told you, dark. All right, we don't have to worry about mosquitoes, spiders, lizards, or anything right there on the starting line. At least it's not so bad going down the track. We can still see.
Well, something just happened.
He let out of that one. See if he makes it all the way up.
11:08.
Yeah, he was out of 11:06 at 86 miles an hour. So, let's see. All right, that puts us back into Jackpot after that one pass. So we're starting our second time runs here with Jackpot. We got Scott Sturley and Jorge Valencia. He's on a tear, man. Jorge's on a tear. I mean, if he wouldn't have messed up on his box because he's trying to run pro and everything, forgot to throw the switch after he ran pro for Super Pro and just messed it all up. He was down to like 5 cars in Super Pro up there on Saturday, yeah. Jorge, 022 on the tree. Scott said, hey, you may be on a streak, but I'm going to go 018. Jorge, right on the number, 1042 with an 8. He went 1042 with a 3 last time. That car just slowed down a little bit, 130 miles an hour. Scott, 1171 and 115. Guys, be afraid, totally afraid of Jorge tonight. He's on it. Don Creed over here in the O'Reilly side. Creed turns on the red light, goes 002 to the dark side. We got Bob Norbaum Sr. and Mark Sawyer over here coming up in the Denso lane. That pulling up to the tree right now. Sawyer retired the Chevy Love this midway through last season. He's not taking out the Chevy Love. He's driving that more of a street car to drive around. Looks like the thing
That's the one he looked like he built.
on meth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
All right, Mark, not bad. Goes 1244 at 108. Sawyer goes 1244 at 108 with an 034 light. Not bad. Bob Norbaum was a little late in the tree, but does go 1199 at 111. Here you go. Ray Lucas and Craig Morales, I believe that is, over there in the top bulb Tesla. Yes, a Tesla with a delay box, guys. There is one out there. Probably a lot more. He goes 027 on the tree. Ray turns on the red light. He goes 1061 at 125, 1149 at 116 for Morales in the Tesla. Tommy Johnson. We call him Big Bad Tommy Johnson because one reason is, you ever see Tommy smile? No, I've never to today seen Tommy. Well, I did see him laugh once, maybe about 10 years ago. You know, but what the heck? Tommy, he's up here, going to give it a shot. He gets this thing dialed down to about 10 twos, 10 threes, around in there. Let's see what he does. 032 on the tree. Yep. Well, we don't have to worry about, and Jeff Kent doesn't have to worry about living over there much. He got blasted big time by the diesel. 1013 at 130 for Johnson.
Too much soot.
And Jeff Kent got creamed. Thank God he's wearing a mask. And speaking about that, remember all times at Sonoma Raceway when you're walking around, please wear your mask at all time for the COVID-19 restrictions. Stay 6 feet away from everybody. Keep your distance. If you're in your car, you can take off your mask. All right, we're sending a car down the track. I don't know why, but we'll figure that one out. Wow, that was a pass in Gear Jammers. Wow, that BMW just of Daniel Valencia went a little too quick. He went 10:46 at way too fast. So either they're going to do something with him. I don't know what they're going to do. So we'll figure that out. But man, 10:46 in the BMW is faster than Jorge's Chevy Love. Why couldn't he do that the first pass? Made it kind of would have made it kind of fun. Well, I guess when you put a new turbo in it and then you fix the drive shaft that he blew out last time that he was here, you make it go faster. Hey, here's a Daytona Cobra coming up here, and you know it's a kit car. But you know what? Gotta love Shelby's idea here, the Daytona Coupe that he built. Man, nice car. And if you ever get a chance, go up to Windsor, and they got a great place up there. You got to go see. If you're a Ford nut and have a Cobra and stuff like that, you got to go up there. I think it's Den Bestie up there in Windsor. You got to check it out. I got the privilege of one time checking it out where we did a Peggy Sue cruise in there. And I'll tell you what, it took me like 2 hours to walk out of that place as I walked around and saw everything, and I did not see all the cars that are up there. So make the call. Set up an appointment to go look. I think they're still doing it. I don't know what the COVID restrictions are, if they are or not doing it. But, man, you have to go up there and see it and bring the pens because it's just unbelievable. Well, actually, I think with that run in the 10:46, that makes Daniel one of the fastest 135Is in the country that are street driven. I wonder how fast it really would have gone if I would have fixed the front turbo when I told him to do them both. Yeah, you got the back one out. The front one's hanging right there. You might as well have a gone through while it's hanging there. Don't cost you any more money, Daniel. I told him, no, just leave that. Just do the one that's got the bad vein. Okay. I've had 2 fresh turbos in it. Man, that thing might be even quicker. All right, we're getting close to the end of Gear Jammers here, it looks like. And then we'll be followed out by Comprod. All right, here. Hold on one second. Here we go. We're in the comp rod right now. Got a couple of cars coming down. Got looks like Willie Wool over here in the O'Reilly lane, going against the Chevrolet. That might be Mark Carlson. We'll find out as it goes down. Mark Carlson, he's in the 9s with this car, so this car is wicked fast. Willie Wool, he's in the 10s. All right, here we go. A Tesla and a Corvette. That's good. Looks like it's going to. Can't tell you what that year was. I didn't see it all the way. I'm going to think it's probably about a C6. That was a long line of C6s. C5s weren't that long, but yeah, that is a C6. See if the Tesla's going to hold it off. He red lighted. Oh, that was the car before. Yep, but he red lighted anyway. Let's see, gets there first. And it's going to be the Tesla goes 11:56 at 1:15. The Corvette goes 12:08 at 1:11. So get used to it, people. Might as well start running out of hot rod electric cars. It's coming. Maybe we should just build electric dragsters. I wonder how heavy the batteries are. And what kind of motor you need to make a... That's something to look into. Anybody got a dragster we make electric? Be fun. But, hey, that's where it's coming. But then again, if you got an electric car, you got to have some way to charge it. And if you're at the racetrack, you got to have a generator, which is run by gasoline. Okay, so there's a dilemma. Where are you going to get a charger that, solar? And we don't have that technology yet. Maybe in 30 years. But that's the way it's going. Here's a C7 Vet. It's gone. He spun the tires on it just a bit. 041 on the tree. Nick goes, yeah, okay. There is a charging station outside the gate. And I was telling him, yeah, I wasn't talking like the Teslas or anything like that. Hold on a second. All right, Denzel side 036 on the tree goes 10:06 at 132. Riley side 12:03 at 110.
Like,
So that was a good run in that Beamer. That was a good run.
but yeah,
You're just short of, what's the world record you want?
10-3
10:30?
1036 is
is that world record.
10:36 is the fastest one of those that have ever gone that model, 135i.
yeah, with the F54 platform stick shift. That's
In a stick shift car.
stick shift, yeah.
Well, that was pretty good pass. You went 10:30, 10:46, and actually, you
I did
actually,
110 down, actually, a little, like 2 tenths.
yeah,
We are first place.
you're faster than Jorge's car now. You know that. You know, you're faster
I
than
told
your
you,
brother's
the first one I
car.
was scared.
Yeah.
I was scared. I didn't do good.
Yeah, I told you were faster than him. Nobody believed me. I picked you, and you go 1080. Then the next pass, you go out and go 1046. And Jorge's only going 1040,
10:42.
10 what?
42.
1042. So he's a little bit quicker than you, but you got more mile an hour than he does.
I
Not,
will be quick in
not by much. Jorge's at 130 something,
31.
131.
Yeah,
So you,
I had to wait a little bit, so I want to do just.
so yeah, I want to see you guys go head to head again. You know, not tonight. Just go out there and dominate and try to dominate in gear jammers.
I will be.
And Tommy Johnson shows up. What happened, Tom?
Shock.
You broke a shock?
Well, it didn't break, but it lost its.
Oh, oh, you hit the ground when you came down?
No, I don't know what the heck, but
Yeah.
it's too sketchy to run. So
So you're done for the night?
yeah,
Where are you going to get the shock? What kind of shock was it?
Santos.
Santos shock. Those usually don't blow.
They've been in there for.
Oh, how many years in there? About 20?
They've been in there for a long time.
Been there. I was pretty close on that guess.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, stuff goes. So how you doing? Bit. Tommy goes, I got trip 0, and you get me a sticker. I'm going, they're not here yet. I ordered them. You know who I ordered them from? Applied Signs. Hey, there you go. You know, it's like Applied Automotive.
Exactly.
That's what Tommy says. Well, that's actually the same thing over at Tommy's shop too. You know, we're all three. We're getting old.
Yeah.
You know, you're older than me. Well, we're back in the motorcycle. Two-wheel fun and excitement here at Sonoma Raceway. Coming up in the water box is Joe Sisk over here in the O'Reilly side. Joe is fast. There's nothing to say. 150 miles an hour last time on a motorcycle. In the quarter mile, that's fast. All right, looks like the Denzel side, since you don't have a time, you don't get one. Joe Sisk, a little down. He went 923 at 147. If you don't get a light, that means you left before the tree was activated if you leave too soon. And you don't get a time hit. So you have no idea what you just did. Street drivers, we need you back to your cars. Hey, we're going to send you down here, street drivers. I mean, Sport Street drivers, Sport Street. So it's Sport Street. Hey, I'm like Ron Burgundy. You put it up in front of me, I'll read it. If it's wrong, oh boy, but I'll read it. Or if you tell me it, I'll say the same thing. So Sport Street drivers to your car. All right, we're going to start Sport Street here with Dead on Doug and Steve Del Buono. I believe they got to the finals a couple weeks ago between Del Buono and Dead on Doug. You know, I believe that. I know Del Buono's won. I know Doug has won. So I don't know if they one of them took each other out a couple weeks back. All right, Dead on Doug, that's what we call him, Dead On, goes 0-16 on tree, goes 13.73 at 102 miles an hour. And as a matter of fact, we are off next week here at Sonoma Raceway. We will be back on the 5th of next month.
I know you already said.
Tommy goes, I've already said that, but yeah, I got to repeat this so everybody knows what's going on, and especially it's a right-hand exit track, so turn right at the top end. Don't turn left. Oh, it looks like we got another. I don't know what that is. Is that a Kia or is that a Toyota Supra? You can't tell anymore. Cars look so much alike coming out of Detroit that you can't tell who is who without a freaking game plan, or somebody types it in and tells us what type of car it is. I mean, they all look alike. They all look the same coming out. Foreign, Fords, everybody. Hey, that's not bad. 126 on the tree on the O'Reilly side. Let's see what he does. 85 at the 8th. 1,000, 1068. 1273 at 110. Not a bad pass. Okay, a little Ford Explorer up here. I've always told you that story when I worked at the Ford dealership when I was a kid. Well, we'll use that one again. All right, Denzo side, 1539 to 89. O'Reilly side, 1354 at 114. All right, Jeff Kent out there taking pictures. He survived the diesel trucks. Looks like he's doing well. All right, coming into the water box over in the Denzel lane is Ashley Brown. Driving the Ford Taurus, sponsored by, get this, Capco Contractors or Capco Racing out of Texas. Billy is one of the sponsors. And the last name is, hey, get this, Torrance. They're probably out here listening to this because Ashley's out here racing. Ashley's become an up-and-coming racer here. She's already taken a win here and got into the finals for the second time and took runner-up. Apparently, she's got her blinker on. It's going to take a right-hand turn right off the starting line with the blinker being on. Now she shuts it off. Must have the radio on. Yep. Look at that. 047 on the tree. Let's see what she does. She should be real close to a 1390 pass. 1429 at 97 miles an hour. Well, if she can keep doing that all day long, she's going to go deep in this Ashley Brown. Up and coming. Gotta love the paint over here in the O'Reilly side. No matter how you look at it, it's a different color every time you see it. It's that chrome illusion, I think, paint that DuPont put out. I remember we had that when I was working at Chrysler, the dealership up in Santa Rosa. We actually painted one of the cars, brand new car with the chrome illusion from DuPont at the time when it first came out. Matter of fact, it was it's not that quite of a pinkish color that I'm seeing here on that one, but it was a cool color. You look at it, everything was different no matter how you looked at it. At night was really weird because it would change so many different colors. I bet you it would cause the police officers to go nuts. Okay, here comes Street coming down. Dustin Pierce, last year's high school champion in the Dodge pickup over here. He's been getting better and better, going round and round since he's moved up in class. That's the only way you get better. I've always said that. You want to get better, you move up in class.
There you go.
You know, if you sit down there and just do street every day or whatever, you just...
Minus 002.
Dustin just a wee bit early, 002 to the dark side, turned on the red light. But that's how you get better. You push a tree, you get better, you go up against better competition when you feel it's the right time to make the move. Or you just jump into it like I did and go against the best one of the best races in the world and still come out 500. What can you do? That's what you got to do. There ain't no way you're going to get better if you run and hide. Dental side goes 041 on the tree, goes 1616 at 82. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
I gave you the list. You want me to read off the names?
Oh, just give me the list. Let me see who it is. I got Ken up here for Top to Cops. He's giving me a list. Actually, a two-pager today.
Yes, sir, 7.
We're going to go over names and make sure I can really mess them up, okay? So I'm going to take a pause here and figure out everything when Top to Cops. They're going to be, next time up is then you're going to be racing?
Yeah, we got 2 more timed runs and then race.
Okay, well, a few more time runs and then they're going to race. I was just talking to Kevin McKinney up here about Top to Cops. They're giving me the ladder for that when they come out to race, of what students are racing them. Hey, get this. I was not paying attention, which usually I don't. We should know that by now. The cops are driving brand new Tahoes. The Tahoes are brand new that are here tonight. Brand new. They just got them in, and they're out here drag racing them. So they are not driving the Exploders anymore. Well, they still probably have them in line, but it's going to be Tahoes and Dodges for foreseeable future. Oh, hey, look at this. A Chevy Love. Another one, a black one. It looks pretty stock, but it's probably got a small block Chevy in it. Guarantee you that coming up into the water box. I remember Jorge's looked like that before his first Chevy Love, and then it morphosized into something else, and we got tired of that one, and we got him the yellow one. That was a killer car. And now he's into the white Chevy Love, which is just, it went from killer to murderer, because, man, he is deadly with that car. So let's see what this Chevy Love does. I'm going to say this Chevy Love, well, they're going to get him into the box yet. It might not be as, been racing it much, but I'm going to go, the light's not going to be good. No, was not. But I'm going to say he's going to be in the 13s. Let's see if I'm right. All right, we're back into Top the Cops. I'm sorry there, I had a little moment that we did not talk about, the police officers going down in high school. You'll find out that later on why, and I won't spoil the surprise for you. Hey, and also, hey, on another note, up in Sacramento on Wednesday night, they're going to have one of Udo Richter's shootout up there. Big time shootout for street cars. It's going to be called the Old Timer Race for in memory of Glenn Terry, who passed away last year. Couldn't ask of a nicer, kinder soul of Glenn Terry. Well, anyway, they're going to have a memorial race up there, an Udo's Richter race. All the what you pay goes right back to the racers. So, hey, you want to make some money in a big buck shootout race for street cars. Remember, no back halves, no trans brakes, no shifters, no drag slicks, all street. Go up there Wednesday night, Sacramento, and try to win some big bucks up there. I mean, if you're good, you're going to take it from. So personally, if I had a car, I'd probably take a drive up there on Wednesday night, close the shop early, go up there since we're not racing, pay the fees. If I had something I was used to driving, hey, I could be like Nick, just get in and drive anything. But I know Nick might be showing up. Just talk to him, and I'm pretty sure that he will. So, hey, he's going to try to take home some of that big money up there. You know, I'll get up. I forgot what it was, but usually the payout, depending on the amount of cars, is over $1,000. All right, there goes the diesel truck, just killing everything in the world. Yeah, Al Gore would go crazy if he saw that car going on the track. He'd lose it. He'd probably become Man Bear Pig. Yes, that's a South Park joke. So let's see what goes down here. This is the Norbomb's car they put together. Not quite a Copo, but it's about as close as you're going to get. He's just taking it easy going down the track. He's not looking for anything spectacular. He just wants to get used to driving the car. He did it in the 8th mile. Now he's going to drive the quarter mile. He goes 10.65 at 112. A nice, easy pass. Yeah, like I said, I think he paid he didn't pay much for the body from Chevrolet. Then he put the rear end, cage in at the rear end and all that stuff. So, he actually took the hard way to, the easy way to do it.
This is gonna be the final trip through the rotation.
All right, judging by how long it's taken us to go through the rotations, I had my watch, Nick had his watch, Eric had his. We all came up with the same conclusion. Hey, this is the last time run everybody's going to get. So after this, Jackpot's going to ladder up. Everybody else, finish out your time runs, and when you're done with your time runs in this rotation, put the numbers on your card. Now, really make them nice and big and legible so that we don't have to sit there and have a mutual debate on what you wrote on your card because you wrote really small. We like nice big letters, legible, and no streaks. All right, so this is your last time hit, and then we'll go into eliminations. All right, Sterling and Craig Morales just went down the track. All right, Don Creed and Jamie McGowan are going at it. The Ford pickup F-250 going against 79 Corvette, Big Johnson's and MP Motorsports car. Tongue twister there. And then we're going to do a last pass coming up in. I'll explain that to you in a little bit. We're going to send down the green Javelin all by itself. All right, here we go. We got Bob Norbaum Sr. and Mitch Gately going down the track. All right. Javelin in the water bog is Chris Leff's car. Chris Leff passed away on Saturday. His passion for drag racing and family were number one things in his life. And on Wednesday night drags were his favorite thing to do, racing and with his friends. Hanging out here at Sonoma Raceway and the NHRA. Today his son Nathan is driving this car, and his wife, his daughter, and his family are here tonight for his last pass. He said to his son, "This is what I want." So here it is, the last pass for Chris Leff. Rest in peace from everyone here at Sonoma Raceway. All right, rest in peace, Chris. I'm going to miss you. All right, now we've got Mark Sawyer and Ray Lucas over here doing their last time hit in Jackpot. All right, Lucas goes 035 on the tree, goes 1068 at 123. Sawyer goes 068 on the tree, goes 1256 at 106. Hey, I just realized something. We got names. Marco Paravolaris. He's gone trip 0 with this car today. Nick Bubbles' old Corvette. He's got all the numbers off it. Took them all off. So see what goes on, how he does again. Gotta love Marco. Man, Marco is one of the nicest kids you can ever meet anywhere. I mean, I say kid because he's a lot younger than I am. Man, the personality on the whole Paravolaris family is just impeccable. Let's see what he can do here. Marco gets a little bit anxious, still feeling out the Corvette, turns on the red light, went 063 to the dark side. See what he does on the top end. 1196, right about where Nick is with it, 117. All right, we're back into Gear Jammers, Mark Chansey and Patrick Lanou. Lanou just a little bit early on the tree. Goes 1351 at 102. Chansey, 1465 at 94. David Tabor and Rachel Throw. Hey, Rachel, looks like some bunch of us kind of kicked up, got you some semifinal trophies there. I had a few laying around the shop, so did Carlos Hilson. So now you got 2. Your celebration a couple weeks back when you made it to the made it to the quarterfinals. Or was it the semifinals? Made it to the semifinals. That's as far as Rachel's gone since I've known her. Just a little bit late on the last time. So once again, everybody, this is your last time run. Okay, jackpots will be back laddering up, or what they do. Everybody else, when you're done with this pass, put your numbers on your card. We're going to come back around. It takes about an hour to do this first run, so if everything goes right, it should take, and we'll finish this one up right about 7 o'clock, around there, and then we'll get into eliminations. That's in a perfect world, if everything goes right. But remember it's drag racing. Very rarely does that happen, but we're going to try. All right, Carl Silson, who helped out there with Ratio Throw, turns on the red light. Man, that is close. 001. Those are painful, especially in eliminations. But here it means you can just take a little bit off the leave and still be solid. Goes 1242 at 121. James Ong in the Nissan. I think that's yeah, I would tell you, but the sun's in my eyes. Well, I can tell you, it's a Nissan. Hey, it spun the tires pretty good on the starting line, James. That's why he had a 261 60 foot. I could hear that thing just feather it out. He goes 1419 at 105. Hey, Steve Grumpy Jaslovsky over here in the Denzel side. I got to see Steve. Let Steve come up and say hi. He came up for a minute, but then he disappeared. 071 on the tree. O'Reilly side treat him with 029. And is faster. He goes 1213, 112. Steve, 1249 at 109. Oh, 44 on the tree. Yeah, Peter Nick was just saying something about, like who's on first, man. If you guys want to listen to something really good, if you haven't heard it, and I know a lot of you kids have never even heard of Abbott and Costello, okay? Who's on first is probably one of the best comic skits that you'll ever hear. It's funny, it's just good, and Abbott and Costello pulled it off. It's one of the best things, I think. If you're a kid and you want to laugh your butt out, if you understand it and you get it and you like baseball, check it out. Who's on first? It's almost as funny as Niagara Falls. It looks like we're getting ready for high school and Top the Cops. They're going to go at it right now. Who's going to be? Last week it was 3-1 for the police officers. Well, they're just doing time hits. That's it. Looks like they're just doing time hits again. And then when we get back to them, we're going to have, they'll be going into eliminations. But looks like that's what it's going to be. Okay, here come the police officers for another hit on the tree. I guess they're just, I don't see the high school following them out, so I guess they're just doing another hit, and then it's going to be, when they come back around, they're going to race the high school students. Hey, wow, Rick McNamara is out there listening to us. Hopefully this year he can come back and start racing. What was the thumbs up for? Was it for who's on first? See, I'll have conversations with people on the phone, and I'll just talk here, because what the heck? All right, here we go. CHP driver, Chevy Air in the Tahoe. These are all brand new Tahoes. When they first went down track, I didn't pay much attention. I thought they would do the Ford Explorers, but no, they've moved up a notch and moved up to the Chevy Tahoe. Let's see if they're faster than the Exploders. Yeah, they're the same. They're all 16 seconds, 16:66. All right, CHP officer Greg Eddy. He's out of Napa, CHP. See if he can go better than 16:66. Nope, 16:94. Yep. You'd think they give him oh, that's why they don't give him faster cars. They got radios. CHP officer Piazza. Hey, where have we heard that name before? Could it be the son of Joe Piazza? over there in Comprod in the 50 Chevy. Why, yes, it is. He's having a harder time because he got a Camaro. He comes out here on an El Camino, does Piazza. He's 578 in a tree, so he's got to figure out how to make the police car launch. And he's slow. 1711 at 1. 1711, man. All right, CHP officer Rensperger. He's out of Napa. Good to see him back. He took a little off, and he's back. It looks like the fastest car we're going to have here, I hate to say it, is going to be a Ford. He goes 1641 at 84 miles an hour. Okay, now they're telling me it's him again, so I'm not going to go. One of these two cars that just went down the track are Joe's son. That's all I got to say. He goes 1683 at 85. Officer Rodriguez out of Novato Police Department. Let's see what he can do. It's going to be a 16-second pass. Anybody want to bet me wrong? No, but I believe that I love the police officers coming out here and donating their time to do this. It is something that's really cool that they are doing. Goes 1634. Okay, Officer Aaron Hunt, the last one out. He's got the Taurus. Nice light, 201 on the tree. So these are going to be the last time hits for the police officer and the high schoolers. He goes 1648 at 85 miles an hour. So he was probably the quickest one out there. Now we'll be in the high school. Angelina Love and Dustin Love. Hey, do you think they might know each other? There's a lot of love out here tonight. We got a whole bunch of loves hanging around this racetrack. You know, there's a whole lot of love racing team. There's a name for them. A whole lot of love. Good lights by both. Angelina got treated by Dustin. Dustin's out here for his second time. I believe he goes 1714 at 78. Angelina goes 1742 at 77. Joey Maples and Charlotte Skorlich. Hey, Charlotte, I'm getting closer. If I didn't get it right that time, bring a tack hammer and beat it in my brain. Hey, look at it. Charlotte, 033 on the train. Maples wasn't far behind with 078. There's some competition out here for Charlotte today. Charlotte goes 1526 at 89 miles an hour. Joey, 1483 at 91. Danny Avero out of Santa Rosa in the Honda. I guess we got a few more. We got a good number of high school students out here today. I'm impressed. So when they went quarter mile, man, everybody starts showing up. Denzel's side goes 1498 at 93. Danny goes 16 flat at 90 miles an hour. Believe they're the last two high school students out. Ryan Waters over here in the Denzel side. He's got the pickup going up against the Mustang. What do you think will get there first? You think it'll be the Mustang or the truck? Mustang. 005 light. Hey, he came to play in high school. That's best light. Go to 1109 at 126 miles an hour. Somehow I don't think it's stock. Just something tells me, guys. 1109 just missed 10. All right, final time runs here. Coming up for Comprod. Hey, Joe Piazza and Marty Firmer going up against a Tesla. Joe always seems to get everybody. He will trim. The Tesla's going to be faster than he is. Tesla's in the 11s and Joe's in the 12s. But what Joe makes everything up is right here on the tree. 149 to a 310. Told you. Piazza goes 1201, 109 miles an hour. Marty goes 1178 at 114. Willie Will and Kevin Diadamo out having a little fun tonight. Willie Will goes 1059 at 126. Diadamo 1209 at 110.
Joe Rossi's rebuilding.
Travis Ante over here on the right side in the Audi. All right, Travis goes 11:32 at 126. Denzel side goes 10:39 at 131. I think that's a GTR going down the track. I'm pretty sure that in the Denzel side. Chris Herrera, he's got the 69 Camaro. I know the number, B751. Who could that be? Who could that be now? Hey, there's a song. Who can that be now? Yeah, it's Chris Burden. Over there near Riley side, last week's winner in this Mustang, Bobby Grabrian's old Mustang. Let's see what he does. Yeah, Bobby put the flashing lights in it too. Wow. All right, Burden. Let's see if he lays down a number. He was 099 on the tree. Herrera got him at an 058. Chris is going to do better than that, tighten that light up. But he's been going around since he got this new car. Chris goes 11:27 at 118. Chris Burden, the most interesting man in drag racing, 13:47 at 101. Dave Bowen and Joe Rossi. All right, Dave Bowen goes 10:55 at 132. Rossi 11:94 at 114. Dick Herrera and Ronald Rogerson. All right, Dick goes 10:15 at 129. Ronald goes 11:11 at 124. Nelson, I'm trying to figure this one out. I'll get it sooner or later. Now, I don't know if it's that right, so I'm just going to give it Astic. That looks about right, Astic.
How's that?
Man, that Corvette is gone. 2017 C7 goes 1040 at 138. That's a fast Corvette. Denzel's side, not too shabby. 11 flat at 130. Tying those lights up, be deadly. You caught it too. I'm not the brightest turn up on the track, but when I see a 138, I go, that's way too fast. All right, Zachary Ealing over here, 156 on the tree. It's good to see Zach out here. He got to the he made it to the finals last week before running to Chris Burden. Goes 12:16 at 107. Hey, Mark Carlson just went 981 at 141. Now, that's fast. Brad McNeil in the Mustang. Carlson, not bad at all. That's a street car, too. He drove it here. That's faster than Daniel Valencia's car that he drove here. They both turn on the red lights, Brad McNeil and the O'Reilly side. Now, if this was a real race, as we've done this before, we have crosstalk. So the one who would be closest to zero would have taken the win. That would have been Brad McNeil with the 002 light to the 024 light. So that's how that works. All right. John Murphy, he's got the vet out today. Let's see what he does. Got a little squirrely at the start. 068 on the tree. Could watch that walk just a little bit. Goes 956 at 138. That brings us into the wonderful world of fun and excitement on two wheels here at Sonoma Raceway. Way better than watching the AMA guys go around the track and leaning it side to side, dragging their knees, shoulder blades all going around the turn. We got drag racing motorcycles. A lot safer. Not by much, but hey. Tom Myers, 064 on the tree. Denzel's side was 024. Myers was better with a 1338 to the 1341. All right. Hey, Bill Myers. I believe they are brothers. Could be cousins, but I always thought they were brothers. Nobody's ever told me either way. Bill needs to tighten that one up before we go into elimination. And remember, when you're done with this time run, put the numbers on your car or motorcycle, because we'll be going into eliminations when we're finished with this stretch of time runs. Bill Myers, 1310 at 104. Riley Side, 1268 at 104. Hey. Alfredo Escadon and Troy Rhymes. You know, it's really fun. When you got names, you can really talk about stuff. You know, like, boy, not really. You can't talk about a whole bunch of stuff, can you? All right, you got Tyler Crystal up here in the O'Reilly lane. All right, nice light by Tyler Crystal. He goes 971 at 141. Denzel Side goes 1035 at 138. Hey, Johnny Rhymes. All right, 124 on the tree, and Denzel Side. Looks like two more bikes to go after this. Goes 1110 at 122. Two more bikes, and then we're into Sport Street for their final time hit. Well, Denzel Side goes red. Riley Side goes green. Yeah, goes 1085 at 121 in the Denzel Side. O'Reilly Side goes 1193 at 113 miles an hour. All right, here comes Sport Street. Get the tree reset. Dead on Doug McKay. Over here, Riley Side. Let's see what he can do. Doug McKay, 1372 at 101. Denzel Side, 1386 at 111. Matt Chavez in the Audi. All right, Matt Chavez goes 1180 at 114. Denzel Side goes 1525 at 88. Brendan Lockwood and Joy Walters. Hey, wow. There is the color right there in the, I'm going to say that's the Mazda, I think. With that chrome illusion paint. That is the color that we painted the one when I worked up for Chrysler in Santa Rosa. That color right there. We painted it exactly then. Now, I don't know if that's a wrap or is that paint. Usually that looks like more of a chrome illusion paint where it changes the colors. I don't know if they can do that in a wrap, but I don't think so. I could be wrong. I've been proven wrong before. So, you know, I bet maybe about 70-40 that I'm 40% that I'm right. Notice I didn't go to the big side. Lockwood goes 1443 at 96. Walters 1643 at 83. Yep, that's the exact color that we used at the Chrysler in that car. Now, the one that's coming up here in another color, I think it's pink. I'm not sure if that one's got the chrome illusion on it or not, but I think it does. We can talk about paint all day, but yeah, what the heck. 1411 at 99 for the Denzel side, the O'Reilly side, 1501 at 92. All right, let's see what happens here on the Denzel side. Let's see if that paint job will make it go faster. Well, he didn't get the better light. Riley side treated him with 041 to a 253, but he is faster. He goes 1286 at 114. Riley side goes 1323 at 106. Tom Markovich in the Porsche. All right, Jonathan Sanchez goes 1263 at 113 miles an hour. Steve Del Buono Jr. in the 2012 Nissan Juke. It's his off day, so he's out there with the Juke. Yep, Stevie's deadly with this car. His wife's now got the van. He's got this car. See what he does. Maybe we put a quarter in it or something like that. We can get some songs. Could we call it a jukebox? Jukebox. There we go, guys, you know. Maybe make them have a loudspeaker and just with a coin sitting in the top and we can laugh at it. 1497 at 90 miles an hour for Steve Del Buono Jr. All right. Hey, Joey Maples, car number 279 in high school, and Andy and
Whatever.
Anwell, number 281. So will those two cars in high school please come up after your time run? All right. Confusing as that just was, that's what I would like you two guys to come on up to here, get some free tech cards. All right, so if you want, come on up. All right, so hey, look, I got Racer Throw up here. She's becoming quite the movie star, guys. Hey, her cars are more famous than us. Well, I take no way. Actually, I still got more. I still got more likes on
Yes.
TikTok.
For your
I mean, my Prius did go viral, so that car is a wash. It won. Nobody's gonna come close. But Rachel, she's got her car's in a couple movies now. What's the one coming out? The Marvel.
The Marvel movie Legend of Shang-Chi.
Marvel, Shang-Chi. Okay.
So it's the new Chinese superhero movie.
Oh, is it, but by Marvel, Chinese superhero? Well, cool. And which car's going to be in it?
The FJ.
DFJ. Look at her. FJ's getting more famous. She'll have more viewers than me now. So FJ's going to be in a movie, and what else is it going to be in?
And next week I'm going to be on a TV show, but I can't really say which one it is because I signed an NDA. I can tell you, but I can't tell.
Oh, so she's gonna. I'll find out, and somehow that might just
Yeah,
slip
let it
out.
drop.
I could let that drop after the fact when she's racing.
There you go.
And then I'll drop the shoe, and then she's got another one.
I've got a bunch that Matrix 4 is going to come out,
Yeah.
and Venom 2.
Wow,
So a bunch of movies.
man, Rachel becoming famous. So Rachel, one of our most famous people here right now. The car's more famous than Rachel is, though.
Well,
Yeah, the car's getting famous.
I'm being overshadowed now. No, I'm kidding.
Nah. So that's pretty cool. You're going to be out here doing that. Your car's going to be in movies and TV shows.
Yeah, it's a
You
lot
said
of
the
fun.
reboot of Nash Bridges.
Nash Bridges, yeah.
Yep, she's going to be
Yeah.
in that in about a year. You'll see the car out there. Wow, we're getting
Yeah.
famous people coming up and see me, man. No, infamous I am. But that's cool, Rachel. That's very, very cool.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, once again, we're getting into near the end of the street. Well, we're in the street pretty deep. So just put your numbers on your car. You've all had your last time run, so it's time to put numbers on your car, dial your car in, big and legible so that we can read them. We don't have to bring out binoculars and try to figure out what you wrote. Okay? So it's time to dial in after your time run. welded them in. Yeah, they do good work. Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Back out too.
All right. Well, you have fun. All right. But yeah, when I get the bourbon up there, which is going to be next month, something like that, or the month after, you can take some hits on that instead. You'll find out. God damn, I want to run automatic now. It's so much more fun. All right, Spencer Marcel goes 090 on the tree. Rachel's heading back down to her car. It's been good talking to her. You know, look for her car in those movies. You know, in the background, you'll find it. All right, guys. Ron Lamori, he goes 1556 at 91. Spencer Marcel goes 1197 at 113. Paul Dolan and Ron Gerke. Ron turns on the red light, 157 to the dark side. Paul, 154 and tree, goes 1256 at 104. And Ron makes it finally down track. Hope everything is okay with his car. Went really slow. 1957 at 67. Chad Ponks out of Fairfield in the Mustang. Looks like he's going to be the last one out. No, there's a whole bunch more. He's just going by himself. Streets coming around. So as you know, these are your last time hits. Everybody should be putting their numbers on the card, get the dial-ins nice and set, because when we get back to you guys, it's going to be first round eliminations. Michael Mooney over here in Denzel's side. Greg Tucker in the O'Reilly lane. The Audi and Dodge going at it head to head. Who's faster? It's going to be the Audi, man. 1193 at 117. Who would have thought that? Took out the Dodge at 1269 at 110. Jamie Pierce in the 96 Chevy. Going against Joshua Lake in the 20 Ram. Who got the better light? Not by much was Jamie Pierce. He was 078 to 082 at Joshua Lake. Two high schoolers from last year going against each other. Joshua was faster at 1466 at 94. Jamie goes 1810 at 73. Craig Redfield, Alex Hagan. All right, Craig Redfield goes 1281 at 102 miles an hour. Alex Hagan goes 1288 at 115. Dennis Crawley in the Corvette. John Lemos in the Genesis. All right, Quali goes 14:10 at 97 miles an hour. John Lemos goes 13:66 at 103. Jim Keel, David Corral. All right, Corral went 12:97, 105. Keel 11:18. Brick. I'm just going to call it Brick. Over there in the 55 Chevy. Mark Kong.
That's one.
All right, that was Rick Sleth over here in the O'Reilly side, 14:17 at 96 miles an hour. Mark Kongi goes 12:40 at 116. John Weston over here in Denzel's side. O'Reilly side, car number 91. All right, O'Reilly side goes 13:39 at 108. John Weston goes 12:47 at 108. Hey. Justin Bryan and Jake Mercia in the Denzel side. Hey, how you doing, Mr. Bill Taggart?
Okay.
All right, Jake goes 13:64 at 96. Justin Bryan goes 13:60 at 111. The legendary Michael Gervais out of Guerneville, California in the Camaro. It must be cool outside because he doesn't need AC. Gervais 059 on the tree goes 1174 at 115. Jay Russell and Lonnie Pug. All right, Jay Russell goes 1367 at 98 miles an hour. Lonnie goes 1356 at 98. Yep. You know, I don't know if it's you really like me or you just want me to jump out of an airplane and see me go splat.
Get the experience.
I can always do the experience again.
Get the rush.
Oh, it's a rush. All right, here we go. I got to get busy here.
Call out the good times.
We are going into Top the Cops right now after these two cars. So this is it, Top the Cops. Cops took the win in the first series. Wasn't pretty for the high school students. Was not pretty whatsoever. Let's see if they're going to continue to total absolute domination of the high school students. Well, the only thing the high school students got in their favor right now is they're all driving, well, most of them are driving brand new Chevy Tahoes instead of the Ford Exploders. All right, here we go. First two up will be CHP Officer Greg Eddy out of Napa, dialed in at 1695. Ryan Waters, dialed in at 1655. Out of Pioneer High School in Santa Rosa, California. Here we go. Top to cops. About the only time the kids will love seeing red lights flashing behind them is right about now. You know, any other time it's not good. Let's see, 1695 for Greg Eddy, Ryan Waters, 1655. There ain't going to be much of a drop on the trees, so we'll just see who takes it. You can figure it out there watching the tree, who's going to most likely take the win. Well, that was easy. High school student win right off the bat. Greg Eddy, just a little bit too anxious, goes 593 red. So he takes the first loss for the police officer. Ryan Waters has the first win for the high school students. All right. Joseph Maples, 1445 dial out of Antioch High School. CHP Chevy Air, dial in at 1665 out of Napa, California. In the Tahoe. Let's see if he can make it, or will it be 2-0 for, oh, Joey gets even, turns on the red light. So, Chevier will take the win. And he went 133 on the tree. Not a bad light for Chevier. His first time out. So right now he's got the best light for the police officers. All right. CHP Officer Rensperger out of Napa, California, down at 1634. He's got his work cut out for him because he's got Charlotte Skorlich in the O'Reilly side out of Sonoma High School. Let's see, can Rensperger take her, or is Charlotte going to teach him a lesson about drag racing? Ooh. Well, they're both green. Let's see who's going to get there first. Wow. And Charlotte takes the win. She goes 1537, 122 on the tree for the win for the police officers, taking their second win. The high school students, their second win. Rensperger was not too far off. He was 156 on the tree. He was right there all the way. He went 1649 and 1630 for the loss. So right now it is 2-1 for the high school students. CHP officer DeRudy. Okay. 17 flat dial out of Napa. Dust Love, 1715 out of Casa Grande High School in, I'm going to say Napa or somewhere. And Dustin Love takes the win, so it's now 3-1 for the high school students. Okay, we still got more to go. We got 7 of them total, so this is it. Officer Rodriguez out of Novato Police Department in the Ford Exploder going against Angelina Love. Man, does he have his work cut out against this. Angelina, she's been taking wins here every other week. It seems like her and Charlotte are always in the winner's circle. Well, he's going up against CHP Officer Piazza. They got out of a loop here for a second, so sorry about that. So it's Angelina Love and CHP Officer Piazza. Double breakout win goes to Angelina Love. That's number 4 for the high school students. She was 003 on the tree, left nothing on the bone for Piazza. He was dead off the line. All right, Officer Rodriguez and Danny Avero. Avero dialed in at 1560 from Ridgeway High School. That's in Santa Rosa. Officer Rodriguez out of Novato Police Department. Now we get him back in the right rotation. And the win goes to Danny Alvaro. Takes the win. That's number 5 so far for the high school students. I guess they listened to me today. They're dominating. I don't think the police officers are coming back from this one with one pair left. Officer Aaron Hunt, 1630 Dial, Denzel side. Evan Cole out of Gunn High School. And Neil Riley's head down, 1430. And finally, the police officers break through. They take 2 tonight, but they lose 5-2. High school students, congratulations. You finally took down the police officers. You evened the series standing at 1-1. So, hey, thank you for the police officers for donating your time and coming out here. It's great to have you here at Sonoma Raceway. High school students, you'll get back in line and start your eliminations when we get back to you in your allotted time runs. So, congratulations to everybody who participated in Top the Cops. God, that's so much fun. All right, so we're back into, I believe, street right now. See where we're at here. What's going on here? Last high school student out, and I believe we're going straight. All right, here we go. We're going to jackpot starting round number 1. Now, I want everybody to know the first lights you'll see on the water box, make sure they correspond with your car, with dials that you have. Okay, we want to make sure that. We want to make sure you have the dials on your car matching that. If they don't match, wave somebody down at the starting line. They will fix it up here. Okay? If they're not right, they do not match, then we'll fix them. But if you don't notice it and you take the light, you've already assumed that is a legal and just race, and you cannot come back and say, well, my dial wasn't right, but you had all options to fix it. So that's what I got to say. Also, if you get a smiley face on your time slip, that means you get to come back. If you don't have one, you're done for the night. All right, Jamie McGowan down in 1345 from San Carlos in the 2010 Ford F-250. Brandon Hoover down in 1212 out of Clayton, California in the 1994 Camaro. Wow, where did Jamie get that? Double breakout win goes to Brandon Hoover. He goes 1202 and a 1212. He was 099 on the tree. Jamie had him with a 019 light, but took too much stripe at the top end. Goes 1333 on a 1345 for the loss. All right, Bob Norbaum Sr., 1205 dial from Glen Ellen, California, Norbaum's Garage, 69 Pontiac Grand Prix. Ray Lucas, dialed in at 1065 out of Concord. They say he's the fastest barber in the West. Well, he might just be that in that 89 Mustang. Well, Norbaum, he decided he wanted to end his jackpot racing early. Turns on the red light. He is done. Lucas takes the win, moves to the second round of jackpot with an 062 green. All right, Mark Sawyer dialed in at 1255 from Santa Rosa, California, retired All-Star agent, dialed in a 2011 pickup, down 1255. Craig Morales down 1155 from Windsor. Top bulb Tesla Racing, he is in the 2018 Tesla. And as a thought right now, as we're waiting for them to go down the track, Wednesday night up at Sacramento, we're going to have the race, the old-timer race by Udo Richter up there in memory of Glenn Terry. So everybody who's not racing here Wednesday next week, because we're not, show up in Sacramento, win money. Craig Morales takes the win, goes 11.62 at 108 miles an hour. He's 36 on the tree. Sawyer was late with a 176 and would not make it up. All right, here's a good race. Mitch Gately, 1028 dial out of Katati, 70. He owns a textile plant in the 64 Nova in the O'Reilly side. Jorge Valencia down at 1047 out of Santa Rosa, California, where he drives a septic truck for Sequoia Septic and works sponsored by Applied Automotive in that 74 Love. Oh, and Jorge takes the win. He goes 0.28 on the tree to Mitch's 0.57. Mitch knew he was a little off, I think, because he had a little left in the tank on that. He goes 10.26 breakout. Jorge takes the win, goes 10.52 on a 47 at 124. Scott Sturley out of San Rafael, California, in the 71 Camaro, dialed in at 1170. Nathan Sleth, driving his dad's car, dialed in at 1275 in the ANC Javelin. And Nathan goes 146 on tree, goes 1280 and 1275, takes the loss at 104 miles an hour. Scott Sturley takes the win, goes 117 on a tree, goes 1178 on a 73 at 106. Don Creed, down 1110 out of Santa Rosa, California, MP Motorsports, Big Johnson's car, dialed in at 1110, 79 Corvette. Marco Paravalaris, driving the Corvette, 1196 style. Nick Bubbles' old car, turns on the red light. Marco just trying to get used to that car, probably just not getting it, but he will. Trust me, Marco will probably go over to Comprod. Don Creed takes the win. Goes 11:15 on 11:10. Okay, looks like we got a couple of time onlys right now after the first round of jackpot. Now we'll get these guys out of the way. I'll take a smidgen break here and I'll be right back. All right, a few more time onlys, and then we'll be into Gear Jammers. Yeah, in the water box, a nice plum crazy '70 Challenger. I had that exact same car, except for the wheels. But that car right there, but mine had a vinyl top on it. Now, maybe somebody took the vinyl top off, but that is the exact car of what I had, my 1970 Plum Crazy Challenger. Let's see what it does here, out of curiosity. I almost want to go down and ask them, where did you get that car? There aren't many left around this unless you change the color on them that were a factory Plum Crazy car. Well, let's see. He's going to be in the 16-second class. Oh, even slower than that. 1922 at 67 miles an hour for the 1970 Challenger. All right, here we go. Last couple of cars out will be in first round of Gear Jammers. We're going to do a little checking the track, I think. See what's going on. Let's see the fire safety crew going out. Hopefully it's nothing. And as a reminder, we will not be here next week. We will be taking the week off. So if you want to go out there, go up to Sacramento. If you want to go do some drag racing, they got Udo Richter's jackpot race up there, or as we would call it, street race. It's for all street cars. Well, there's where the gray area becomes in. You know, if you don't have a trans brake, you don't have an electric shifter, but you have some DOT tires you can throw in your car, hey, you can race as long as you're not back-halved. No back-half cars, no trans brake cars, no crosstalk, no delay boxes. It's straight up stock street cars. But there have been some people that can actually fall into the category. So, you know, go up there. It's in for memory of Glenn Terry, the old timer. They call it the old timer race. So if you want, go up there and race in it. Udo puts on a great show. There's some good money to be had. And I would show up. Anytime you can win like $1,000 or more, you know, it's time to show up. You know, what are you gonna, you know, how many times do you want to run for a trophy or $100? You know, $1,000 sounds like pretty good to me. And one of the fun things about it, you know, it's kind of, they pay you in this stuff, the little things, rectangular shaped pieces of paper that are made of like cotton, you know, and they got green ink and numbers on them, and yeah, cash, guys, cash. That's why one makes Udo's Richter's races one fun things you can do. All right, here we go. First round of Gear Jammers. Patrick Lanou out of Benicia, California in the Challenger. Dial in at 1350, Denzel's side. Card number 121. I think it's supposed to be Ken Hung. Ken Hung, I think that's what it's supposed to be in the O'Reilly side in the 2016 Cadillac. And it's going to be Patrick Lanou takes out Kenyon. He goes 177 on the tree, goes 1352 on a 1350 dial, 95. Kenyon broke out, goes 1236. He was 818 on the tree, so it was basically dead on the line. All right, Gregory Amatuk dialed in at 1184 out of Nevada, California in the Camaro. Mark Chansey out of Vacaville in the Fury. Could we call it Fast and the Fury? That would work, you know. Fast and the Fury, Mark Chansey. But he wasn't fast enough. Gregory Armitage takes the win, goes 026 on the tree, goes 1184 at 110. Mark was 099 on the tree, broke out 1462 on a 64. Daniel Chadwick down on 12 flat out of Rio Vista, California in the 07 Subaru. Rachel Thoreau dialed in at 1450 from Santa Rosa, California in the Honda. And Rachel takes the loss. Daniel goes 050 on the tree, goes 1205 on a 12 flat at 115. Rachel was late on the tree with a 598, and it didn't get any better from there. So, Rachel, we'll see you next week. All right, David Tabor, $1325, San Mateo, California in the 2018 Ford. Devin Martinez dialed in at 1450 out of Richmond in the Honda. Well, Devin Martinez turns on the red light, so David Tabor will take the win with a 155 green, go to the second round. Craig Love dialed in at 1238 out of Santa Rosa, California, 2014 Mustang No Nebola. Dialed in at 1380 out of Berkeley in the 08 WRX. And Greg Glove will take the win, goes 1268 on the 1230. He was 090 on the tree. Noel Nabella was late with a 434 light, goes 1383 and a 1384 to loss. Scott Frazier, 1560 dial out of Novato in the Fiat. Antonio Diaz down in at 1390 out of Vallejo in the Challenger. Now that's what's cool about bracket racing. You look at it, you got a little tiny Fiat going against a big bad Challenger. But we put the two numbers together, and that's how it is. We give you that much delay and send you. Let's see how this is going to be. All right, Scott Frazier takes a win, goes 1606. Did let off a little bit, 86 miles an hour. It was 084 on the tree. When Antonio Diaz was 878 on the tree and even broke out on top of it for the loss. All right, Carl Silson down at 1210 in the Miata out of Ross, California. John Berry down at 1250 in the Mustang. All right, Carl Hilson puts a number down on the start. Goes 005 on the tree. Goes 1226 and a 1210 at 113. John Berry, 158 on the tree. Goes 1277 for the loss. Wade Welsh down at 1310 out of Rohnert Park, California, is 68 Chevelle. Edward Del Bonji, well, one of those two, down at 1420 in the Audi. All right, the win goes to Wade Welsh. Takes the win on a double breakout. It was 1308 and a 1310. Edward Del Bonnier dialed in the 1420, went 1405 for the loss. James Ung dialed in at 1350 out of Vallejo, California in the Nissan. Jonathan Rice, 1210 dial. Well, it's over on the tree. They both turned on the red light. James was 088 to Jonathan's 028. So Jonathan, closer to zero, takes the win. Jesse Lazaro down at 1420 from Richmond, California in the Honda. James Dole dialed in at 1550 out of Santa Rosa, California in the Mustang. A double breakout goes to Jesse Lazaro, goes 1414. On a 1420 for the rims, James Dole goes 1542 and a 1550 for the loss. Steve Jaslovsky, last car out here, gets the buy run. He dialed in a 1262. Let's see what Grumpy can do. By no means that means he's grumpy. He's the nicest person you could ever meet. But just that when you pull gears like he does, you got to call him grumpy. And for those of you too young to understand, go back and read old NHRA racing. Look for Grumpy Jenkins, Bill Grumpy Jenkins. Then you'll understand why he also chews on a cigar going down the track. Does Steve Jaslovsky. All right, here we go in the comp rod. For their first round, Joe Piazza, 12 flat dial. 50 Chevy. Travis Ante down at 1130 in the Audi. All right, and we're going to go to Joe Piazza. He goes 104 on the tree, goes 1210 on a 12 flat. Travis was late with a 193 light, goes 1132 and 1130, but could not make up the difference in the lights. All right, Kevin Diadamo, 1209 dial out of Napa in the 03 Vet. Willie Will down 1057 on Moraga, California in the 84 Corvette. And it's going to be Willie Will takes win, goes 069 tree, goes 1058 on a 1057. Kevin Diadamo tried. He was 110 on the tree, goes 1208 on a 1209. That's 1208 with a 7, guys. Just missed it, but he couldn't. He had to because Willie Will was pretty much all over him. All right, 1090 dial on the Riley side. Denzel's side dialed in at 1042. All right, it's going to be the Denzel side takes win, goes 167 on the tree, goes 1122 at 124 for the win. Riley side broke out, goes 1085 and a 1090. But here's the light, guys, 762. When you start with a .7, you think, what am I going to eat for dinner? Chris Burton, 1347 dial out of Fairfax, the 07 Mustang. Elijah Myth, dial in at 1230 out of Petaluma, California, in the Tesla. Burton's been deadly in this car. Elijah, I don't know if he's been out here before with this Tesla. We'll find out. Burton's been a little off on the tree all day. Let's see if he makes up for it on this one. And yes, he does. He goes 13, 16, and 47. He was 067 on the tree. Elijah started with a 523 and never really improved. David Bowen dialed in at 1054 in the 2019 Corvette. Juan Rendon dialed in at 1140 out of Santa Rosa, California in the Charger. Okay, I really like when they redesigned the front end on the Charger. I got a 2005 sitting at my shop. But boy, when they changed the back and the front, put the little swoosh in there and the doors, they really got the Charger kind of sort of look like a big bad brother of what they originally were. Even though they're 4 doors. And it's going to be Juan Rendon takes the win. He goes 1161 at 122 and 1150 dial. 150 on the tree. Dave Bowen, 201 on the tree, goes 1091 and a 1054 at 131 for the loss. Randall Rogerson dialed in at 1110. Marty Firmer, down 1176 in the Tesla. And Marty turns on the red light, 129 to the dark side, so Randall's going to take the win with a 345 green. When it's your day at a certain time. Chris Herrera dialed in at 11 flat in the Camaro out of Benicia. Joe Rossi, 1170 dial from Napa, California in the 2014 1320 Dodge Challenger. All right, Rossi takes win, goes 1179 and 1170, 039 on the tree for the win at 103. Chris Herrera was 121 on the tree, takes the loss with 1134 on 11 flat. Mark Carlson, 978 dial in the Camaro. Brad McNeil dialed in at 1085 out of Cotati in the Mustang. All right, Mark Carlson takes the win, goes 10:04 on a 978 at 118 miles an hour. All right, as you can tell, the track lights are on, and we're starting to get a little dark on the top end, so everybody should be turning their taillights on right about now. Should have your taillights on in your car as we go down the track so we know where you are. You can look at the top end. You can see it's starting to get a little darker out there in that strip, so everybody please turn on your taillights for the rest of the evening. All right, Zach Ealing dial in at 12:15 from Roanoke Park, California, 69 Nova. Mitch Gately dial in at 10:15 in the O'Reilly side. And Mitch Gately will take out Zach Ealing. Zach Ealing gave it a run. He was 192 in the tree, but could not make up that 077 by Mitch Gately. He goes 10-16 at 128. Zach broke out 12:09 on a 12:15 at 107. Scott Sturley's in here. It's Mark Sawyer. I'm looking at Scott, and I'm going, Scott's out there racing. I go, what am I doing? I know sometimes I get a little crazy. Sawyer turns on the red light, 064, takes the loss to Denzel side who went 221. Bob Norbaum on 12:05 and the Denzel side. Dick Herrera in the 54. That's not a 54 Chevy. Not even close. I don't think that's. Is it a 54? Yeah, it looks like a 54. 54 Chevy pickup. It's early 50s. Dialed in at 10:12. And this car is fast.
10-12,
yeah. It'll get there. So Norbaum's got to be on his A game on this one. This guy has hit the tree pretty good tonight, too. Norbaum breaks out, goes 11.98 on a 12.05 dial. He had him on an 0.89 tree, but Dick Herrera drove around him. He goes 1.15 on the tree, goes 10.13 on a 10.12, and takes the win. Not a good night for Bob Norbaum. All right, Tom Myers dialed in at 13.25 out of Petaluma, California. The O'Reilly side dialed in at 11.60. Welcome to the wonderful world of two-wheel fun and excitement motorcycles here at Sonoma Raceway. And Tom Myers is done. The O'Reilly side takes the win, goes 278 on the tree, goes 1160, dead on one. With Tom Myers, 1321 breakout. All right, Joe Sisk, fastest vehicle on the premises at the moment. Dialed in at 933 out of Haywood, California in the Suzuki. Yep, Joe gathered it all back in. His old 92 in the tree. Got a little squirrely off the line, but he gathered it all back in. Goes 1040 at 144 miles an hour at a 933 to take the win. Man, Joe Sisk could ride a motorcycle. Bill Myers, 1290 dial out of Petaluma, California in the Honda. Will McNeil dial in 1460 out of Nevada on the Harley. All right, Bill Myers takes the win. He goes 389 on the tree. He goes 1299 on a 1099 for the win. The other guy broke out. It was closer to his number, but broke out. All right, Denzel side dialed in at 1099. Riley side dialed at 1250. It's going to be the left lane takes the win, but it was a heck of a ride for the guy in the O'Reilly side. He got it all the way out to the K-wall, gathered it back in, and still kept the throttle wide open. So we got Logan Lockley down at 1220 from Fairfield. Lucas Velquez dialed in at 1275 in the Buell out of Fremont, and it's going to go to Lucas. Takes the win, goes 1290 and 1275, 402 on 3. Logan had him 027 on 3, but could not run the 1220 number. He went 1375 for the loss. Troy Rhymes dialing in 13 at 37 from Fairfield, California. The O'Reilly side, 12 flat dial. And Troy Rhymes takes the win, goes 1356 and a 95 miles an hour, 459 on 3 for the win. All right. Alfredo Escanon dialed in at 1035 out of Novato. Jennifer dialed in at 1250 from Benicia in the Ducati. God, I love Ducatis. They just sound so good. Especially with the 4-valve, man. Those things really, really, really sound great. Well, we don't have to worry about that one anymore. Jennifer, 191 red, so Alfredo will move on to the next round. Yeah, those Ducati 4-valve motards, man, those things just got a great, great sound, man. V-twin just revving at 9,000 RPMs or more. Yeah. All right. Tyler Crystal dialed in at 970 over near Riley Lake. Denzel side dialed in at 1210. All right, Tyler Crystal will take the win. Goes 10:09 at 113 and a 970 dial, 166 on 3. Denzel side 614. That's all you need to know. Eric Oliver, 1080 dial from Santa Rosa, California, down 1080. Riley side dialed in at 1050. And the O'Reilly side, 001 red. Like I said, this is the one you hate the most. Eric, not a bad light. He goes 031 green, takes the win, and moves on. All right, here we go in the Sports Street. Tasco Estrada dialed in at 1525 out of Mill Valley in the Ford. Dead on Doug McKay dialed in at 1370 out of Rodeo in the 2020 Ford Twin Turbo EcoBoost pickup. Oh, and Doug, who got drilled on the tree, a 114 to a 151, pulls out the win. He goes 1376 on a 1370 to move on to the second round. Tosco was better light, 114, goes 1544 on a 25 for the loss. Adrian Ochoa dialed in at 1490 from Santa Rosa, California in the Acura. Matt Chavez down 1180 out of Concord in the Audi. All right, Matt Chavez will take the win, goes 0.55 and 3, goes 11.95 and 11.8 at 113. Adrian Ochoa was a 262 light, goes 14.97 for the loss. Vince Cardinale dialed in at 16.03 in the Lexus out of San Francisco. John Walters dialed in at 16.37 from San Francisco, turns on the red light. He goes out to visit Roxanne for the loss. 0.38 green for Vince Cardinale, moves on. All right, Tom Markovitz in the port started at 1340. Napa in the Denzel side. Jonathan Sanchez out of San Pablo, California in the Toyota. Dialed in at 1240. Jonathan Sanchez takes out Tom Markovitz in the Porsche. He goes 1240, dead on two with a 194 light. Markovitz, 260 on the tree, goes 1346 on a 40. Brandon Lockwood dialed in at 1448 from San Jose, California in the Subaru. Ron Pascali dialed in at 1240 out of Pinot, California in the Supra. Brandon Lockwood on a double breakout takes the win. Goes 14.43, was 2.04 on the tree on a 48 to move on. Should look in his mirrors a little more because Ron had a 4.04 light. So, it was like about 10 car lengths on that at least. Maybe not 10, maybe 5. Jenna Nubala dialed in at 14 flat from Pinot, California in the Infiniti. Marcus Ghana dialed in at 14 flat in the Lexus. Jenna Nubala takes the win, goes 14.39 on a 14 flat. She was 6.93 in the tree and still took the win over Marcus. Marcus had a 4.49 light, went 14.68 on a 14 flat. Juliana Pini dialed in at 14.10 out of Walnut Creek, California in the Infiniti. Steve Del Buono Jr. dialed in at 14.98. I was looking at his name and I was looking over the number and just got a little tongue twisted out of Vallejo in the juke. Let's see if he can juke around on this round. And Steve will take the win. He had a 154 light. He goes 15.27 on a 14.98. That's what review mirrors are for. Steve used it well. Ashley Brown out of Santa Rosa, California in the Taurus, dialed in at 13.97. Andy Ung dialed in at 12 flat in the VW. Ashley sponsored by the Capco Boys racing team. See what Ashley can do here? Well, I know what Ashley's going to do. Go home. She takes the loss. She was 153 on the tree. Andy drilled her with an 053 light. Goes 12.27 at 108 miles an hour to take out Ashley Brown, who went 14.19 on a 13.97 dial at 98. So, Ashley's done for the night. Sorry to hear that. But the Capco boys will be proud of Ashley. Miguel Paz dialed in at 14 flat from San Pablo, California. A lot of people from San Pablo tonight. Going against the O'Reilly side, dialed in at 15.20, Paz 14 flat. All right, Riley Side takes the win, goes 15.62 on a 15.20, 290 on the tree. Miguel Paz with 3.57 on the tree, goes 14.73 on a 14 flat for the loss. All right, Billy Taggart dialed in at 17.25 from Pacheco, California. He's driving a Nissan tonight. He did not bring a Taurus. Roland Pascal dialed in at 12.50 out of Pinole, California. Man, a lot of Pinole racers here tonight. Hell, we might as well just make the track Pinole in the Supra. Billy dialed in at 17.25 on the brakes hard for a long time. Goes 17.89 on a 17.25 for the win. He was 0.90 on the tree. Rowan had not a chance with a 9.50 light. Steve Ball down at 14.10 in the O'Reilly side in the Mustang. We're in the street. Sheila Wolf dialed in at 13.25 in the Mustang out of San Rafael. And Steve Ball uncharacteristically turns on the red light, 037 to the dark side. So Sheila will take the win and move on with an 050 green. Caden Hensley down at 13.25 out of Dixon in the Charger. David Mullet dialed in at 13.30 from Vacaville, California in the Camaro. And Dave Mullet turns on the red light, goes 264 red, so he's done. Caden Hensley goes 312 green, moves on to the next round. Dustin Pierce dialed in at 1778 out of Sonoma in the 96 Ram. Kevin Miller dialed in at 15 flat. Hey, look, they both got red lights. The one closest to 0 will be Kevin Miller. He's 025 red to the 052 red of Dustin. So Dustin's done for the night. Kevin moves on. All right, Tony Terussi down at 1270. Denzel side, Riley side down at 1280, and it's going to go to Tony Terussi, takes the win. He goes 1324 on a 1270, 100 miles an hour. All right, Bill Burns dialed in at 1642 from Sonoma in the 06 Chevy. Russ Swanson dialed in at 1293 in the Mustang. All right, Russ Swanson takes the win, goes 055 on the tree, goes 13-14 at 95 miles an hour. Bill Burns takes the loss, 495 on the tree, and then you could probably figure out the rest from there. Emmanuel Contreras. Hey, I know that kid. Dialed in at 14 flat out of Santa Rosa. You got to go up. I believe that's who it is. I believe he's out of right there by my shop. Shane Redding dialed in, turns on the red light, 061. If that's Emmanuel Contreras, you got to go to his butcher shop, his parents' butcher shop up on Todd Road up in Santa Rosa. Great meat, man. Great meat. So Emmanuel moves on. It's lucky I get to know him. I get good meat. Well, I won't fix their cars right. You know, give me good meat, free stuff. All right, Austin Garcia. Dialing at 1650 from Santa Rosa, California in the 04 Chevy. Steve Ribio dialing at 1610 from Millbrae in the 04 Chevy. And Steve Ribio is going to take the win, go 16:22 at 78 miles an hour, 2:33 on the tree. Austin was 3:42 and didn't get any better after that. Dennis Crawley, 14:18 from Forestville, California, in a 96 Corvette. Tim Barron, 16:95 down from Roanoke Park, California, in the 05 Chevy. Looks like we're going to send down safety safari. Something's going on there. Got a car or something down the track. See how fast that car disappeared? The fire safety truck disappeared up there. So if you do, please have your taillights on. Like Dennis Crawley, maybe you want to turn yours on if you haven't done that already. Hey, thank you, Dennis. I can see that you got them on. So everybody, please turn on your taillights. All right, we need to know where you are as you start going up the hill and getting off the track. It's for your safety and other racers' safety on top of that. So please have your taillights on. Dennis Crawley dialed 1418 from Forestville, California in the Corvette. Tim Barron, 1695 from Roanoke Park, California in the 05 Chevy. Well, Crawley turns on the red light, and so that's it for him. He goes 180 red. So Tim Barron with the 188 green goes to the next round. Ron Lamore dialed in at 1538, turns on the red light in the Cadillac. So the Denso side goes 052 green and takes the win. All right, Jay Russell, 1381 dial from Vallejo, California in the Challenger. Ched Ponix dialed in at 1296 in the Mustang. Rafael Averos takes the loss because the Riley side dial on 1330 goes 012 on the tree. The Rafael's a 501, so your O'Reilly side will move on. And again, just as a reminder, taillights, guys, taillights. I will be implicitly on that until I see everybody has on their taillights as they go down the track. And if you don't think I'll embarrass you, yes, I will. Paul Dolan down at 1240 in the 68 Chevy. Greg Tucker dialed in at 1169 out of Windsor in the Audi. And it's going to be Greg Tucker goes 001 on the tree, goes 1205 and 1169 at 117. Paul Dolan was late with a 350 light and takes the loss. We're in the street, by the way, everybody. Joshua Lake down at 1460. Tam Lee dialed in at 1395. Joshua Lake, 1460 dial. Tam Lee, 1395. Let's see what they can do as they go down the track.
Sorry.
Let's see if Joshua Lake looks in the mirror. Craig should be right about now, Joshua. He took the loss. He broke out. Joshua Lake, 257 on the tree, goes 1451 on a 1460. Tam Lee, who's probably figuring out how did I win that race, goes 702 on the tree, goes 1671 on a 1395 to go to the next round. So once again, hey guys, always a drag race tip number 101. If you're at a fast car, look at your mirror. Okay, look at your mirror. I've seen many people do that. So always look at your mirror when you get out there and see what a fast car is coming. You'd be surprised. Spencer Marcel dialed in at 1190 out of Roanoke Park, California in the Barracuda. Jamie Pierce down at 1792 at 96 mile in the 96 Chevy. All right, Spencer Marcel goes 058 on a tree, had a little bit in the bank, goes 1189 breakout on a 1190. Not much, 1189 with a 3. Jamie Pierce with 040 on a tree, goes 1825 for the win. So he tried, just went just a smidge too fast. Craig Redfield down at 1275, John Lemos down at 1364. So John's going to take the win with a 150 green to Craig Redfield's 018 red. Jim Keel down at 1160 out of El Sobrante, California in a 64 Chevy. David Corral dialed in at 13 flat from Santa Rosa, California in the 2016 Chevy. All right. Mike Conji dialed in at 1240 out of Concord, California in the Benz. John Weston down at 1255 from Sacramento, California in the 66 Chevy. All right, John Weston takes win, goes 1272 at 99 miles an hour on the 1255, 063 on the tree. Mark Conji, 288 on the tree, goes 1305 on the 1240 for the loss. Rick Sleth, dialed in at 1418 out of Petaluma, California in the 55 Chevy. Justin Bryan dialed in at 1250 out of Alamo, California in the 20 Supra. You know, I was talking to a friend of mine who tunes these things and does them. He goes, you want to know how fast these Supras are? And I go, what? He goes, I can make 1,000 horsepower with the rear tires on a stock engine, bigger turbo, and bigger fuel injectors. I go, well, what about headers? No, I don't need them. It'll be fine. And I didn't believe him. And sure enough, I was at the dyno shop, and he goes, here, look. And I go, wow, 1,000 horsepower. Rick Sleth takes the win, goes 14-20 on a 14-18 for the win over Justin Bryan. Yeah. And the guy's name was the tuner, Lawrence Shipman. Parisha Ankin dialed in at 1310 out of San Francisco. Lonnie Pug dialed in at 1350 out of Sonoma. Yeah, because that's all you need. Put a bigger turbo, bigger fuel injectors, tune it, and I didn't believe it, and Lawrence showed me, and man, those Supras can be fast. Lonnie takes the win, goes 1360 and 1355 at 87 miles out. Is 015 for the win. Jake Marcia dialed in at 1349 on a double red light. Paul Poncielli, who's it going to be? It's going to be Paul Pedoncielli, takes the win at 144 red to Jake's 204 red. Mike Gervais down 1174 out of Guerneville, California, 67 Camaro. 143 in the O'Reilly side, dialed in at 1275. All right, Mike Gervais turns on the red light. He goes Roxanne. Does the little Eddie Murphy song. He goes 268 to the dark side. So, O'Reilly side, car number 143 will take the win with a 162 green. Or in the high school, Ryan Waters down at 1655 from San Jose, California, in the 04 Chevy. Charlotte Skorlick dialed in at 1530 in the Roadrunner out of Sonoma. All right, Charlotte, uncharacteristically breaks out, goes 15-10 and 15-30. Ryan Waters takes the win on a double breakout, goes 16-52 and a 55 for the win over Charlotte. All right, Dustin Love down on 17-20 out of Petaluma, California, 96 Dakota. The Denzel side down on 14-70. Yeah. All right, Dustin Love takes the win. Goes 17-31 and 17-20. 0-46 on the tree. Denzel's side was 7-47. Like the jet plane, he is leaving. All right, Angelino Love down in 1735 out of Petaluma, California in the 08 Ranger. Joey Maples down 1445 out of Antioch in the GMC pickup. All right, Angelina Love takes the win, goes 17:38 and a 35 at 142 on the tree. Maples takes loss with a 4:69 light, goes 14:52 and a 14:45. Kevin Magna dialed in at 16:50 on Novato, California. Danny Alero dialed in at 15:60 from Santa Rosa in the Honda. All right, Magna breaks out, so Denny Alola takes the win and moves on. All right, Vincent P. got the bye run. He's the last one out here in high school. All right, here we go. Second round of Dialing for Dollars Jackpot. Jorge Valencia down at 1050 out of Santa Rosa, California in the Love. Brandon Hoover down 1195 out of Clayton in the 94 Camaro. This ought to be a good race. Brandon Hoover. If you heard the last name, guess what his dad does for a living? If you haven't figured it out by now, his dad's a racer. Big time. Oh, and Jorge Valencia, what was that? A 188 red lit. Done for tonight, Jorge Valencia. He's going to blame it on the box or something. I know that. I don't know. The box did something wrong. Okay. Yeah, okay. It's been working fine. All right. Brandon Hoover takes the win. 053 on the tree. Goes 12 flat on 1195 and moves on. Jorge, I'm going to put it on the car trailer and come up and tell me what he did wrong. Scott Sturley down 1174 from San Rafael, California in the 71 Camaro. Ray Lucas 1065 dial out of Concord, California in the Mustang. Lucas turns on the red light 017 to the dark side, so Scott Sturley went 095 and moves on. I didn't know what Jorge did. Either he put the wrong number in crosstalk or he forgot to turn it on. Most likely he put the wrong number in. Don Creed, 1110 dial out of Santa Rosa, California. MP Motorsports, Big Johnson, sponsored car. Craig Morales, dialed in 1158 out of Windsor in the Tesla. Yep, Tesla takes the win. Morales moves on to the next round, goes 1164 and 1158 at 112 miles an hour. Don Creed, 075 on the tree, goes 1114 on 1110 for the loss. All right, hey. Time onlys? Yay! Means I get a few minute break. So once again, as a reminder, we will not be racing here next Wednesday night. We will be back here the week of the 5th, I believe. So, again, if you want to go racing, go up to Sacramento next Wednesday night. Go race in Udo Richter's old timer race. A salute to Glenn Terry, who passed away last year. So go on up there, try to win a couple of $1,000, man. It's worth the drive. Very much worth the drive. Looks like about 3 more cars here, and then we'll be into the next round of Gear Jammer. Last car out, and then, hey, Patrick Lanoux will lead us out. So once again, at the end of the evening, all champions for tonight, please come over to Sunoco Victory Lane, where you'll get your pictures taken with Nick at Night Bubblets, and he's going to post them on the Sonoma Raceway Facebook page. Also, if you have a camera, I take your picture on your cell phone so that you can do whatever you want with them. All right, here we go. Second round in the water box of Gear Jammer. All right, here we go. Patrick Lanoux dialed in at 1350 in the Challenger. Daniel Chadwick dialed in at 12 flat in the Subaru. Patrick, you're champion here last year in Gear Jammers. But I would really like the car right behind him. I really like to have a Cobra Daytona. Or a Selby Daytona. And the win goes to Patrick Lanoux, goes 1351. He was 009 on a tree on a 1350 dial. Daniel broke out, goes 1376 with a 3 and a 14 flat. David Tabor dialing in at 1325 from San Mateo, California, a 2018 Ford. Gregory Amatuk dialed in at 1180 out of Novato, California, in the 67 Camaro. And Gregory turns on the red light, so David Terrybo with a 178 green will move on to the next round. Craig Love, dialing in at 1238 from Santa Rosa, California, in the Mustang. Scott Frazier, 1580 dial, in the Fiat. Yeah, I was thinking maybe it'd be Scott Frazier's night tonight, but no, he goes 009 red, so Craig Love went 064 green, takes the win. Carl Silson dialed in at 12 flat in the Mazda Miata. Jesse Lazaro down at 1411 in the Honda. Well, on a double red light, Carl Silson takes the win. He goes 023 red to Jesse's 164 red. Steve Jaslovsky dialed in at 1262 in the Mustang. Jonathan Rice out of Santa Rosa dialed in at 1210. And it's going to go. Hey, Jonathan Rice pulls one and takes out Steve Jaslovsky. Takes him out 116 on Steve on the tree. Jonathan Wright was 086. Goes 1211 on 1210. Steve, 1268 on the 62. Not a Steve Jaslovsky night. All right, here we go into Comprod. Joe Piazza down at 1205 in the 50 Chevy. Mitch Gately, 1015 dial in the 64 Nova. Here's your matchup right now in Comprod. Mitch Gately takes the win over Joe Piazza. He goes 081 on the tree, goes 1019 on a 15 for the win. Joe was a little bit sleepy on the tree, goes 181 green and takes the loss, goes 1208 and a 1205. Not a Joe Piazza light. All right, here you go. Willie Will dialed in at 1053 in the vet. Chris Burden. I got to come up with the nickname for the Mustang because it's a killer. While Burton's been driving it, 1344 dial out of Fairfax. Let's see what happens here. Will it be Burton? Will it be Woo? All right, 1345 dial for Chris Burton. And Willie Will goes 088 on the tree, goes 1056 on a 53 for the win over Burden. Burden was 112 on the tree, goes 1350 on a 45 for the loss. Zaba Roselli's down at 1042 in the Nissan. When did Zaba get that back? I thought he sold that, he said. 1042 dial. Joe Rossi, 1168 dial in the Challenger. And it's going to be Zaba takes the win, goes 1057 on a 1042. He was 068 in the tree. Rossi was late with a 149 light and broke out on top of it. Rondale Rogerson dialed in at 1095. Dick Herrera dialed in at 1210. All right, Dick Herrera takes the win in a battle of bad lights. He took the better light with a 203 to a 300. Takes the win, goes 1019 and a 1012 at 126. Mark Carlson will be the last one out here in Comprod. 978 dial, free pass down. Hey, Nick's dog's here. Hey, puppy dog. Hi, Frill. Yeah. Hey, Frill. All right, Mark Carlson's going to take the bye run here, and then we're going to have a rerun between Brandon Hoover and Jorge Valencia. Something with the crosstalk was malfunctioned, because I was wondering why Jorge didn't move and he was already red lit. I'm like, what's going on? Well, that was my view on the situation. So we'll see what happens here. They're going to rerun this run in Jackpot right after Mark Carlson goes down the track. All right, here is the rerun between Jorge Valencia and Brandon Hoover. Jorge dialed in at 1046, Brandon dialed at 12 flat. All right, here we go. Valencia, Hoover. Yep, Jorge takes the win, goes 1046, dead on 3 for a 43 pack. It was 040 on the tree. Brandon Hoover was 108, goes 1196 with a 1 on a 12 flat dial for the loss. Bill Myers dialed at 1285. We're back in the motorcycle. Tyler Crystal dialed in at 968.
The 40's doable.
In the O'Reilly. All right, the win will go over. Tyler Crystal takes the win, goes 968 and a 982 at 133. Myers was late with a 523 light. Myers over here in the Denso side, dialed in at 11 flat on the Ducati. Kyle Myers, that is. Joe Sis dialed in at 933 in the Suzuki. An uncharacteristic
Right, is that at 11 on 11?
goes 11-10 on 11 flat dial, takes the win over Joe Sis. Troy Rhymes, 1330 dial out of Fairfield, California. Travis Kepps, 1160 dial on the Ducati. And double breakout win goes to Troy Rhymes, goes 1328. Breakout on a 1330 for the win. Travis Capps was 1157 and 1160 for the loss. Alfredo Escanon dialed in at 1039 out of Novato on the Harley. Johnny Rhymes, 1185 dial on the Ninja. All right, Johnny Rhymes takes the win and moves on. Eric Oliver dialed at 1080 out of Santa Rosa, California. Lucas Valquez dialed in at 1280 on the Buell. All right, Eric takes the win, goes 007 on the tree, goes 1095 and a 1080. Lucas had no chance with a 244 light, so Eric takes the win. Couple time onlys, and then we'll be into Sports Street. All right, we're back in the Sports Street. Matt Chavez dialed in at 1180 in the Audi. Dead on Doug McKay dialed in at 1364 in the Ford pickup truck. All right, Doug McKay takes the win. He goes 106 on the tree, goes 1375 on a 64 at 89. Matt had no chance with a 499 light, goes 1199 on 1180. Vince Cardinale dialed in at 1603 in the Lexus. Jonathan Sanchez dialed in at 1240 out of San Pablo in the Toyota. All right, Jonathan Sanchez takes the win. He goes 232 on the tree. He goes 1266 on a 1240. Vince broke out, goes 1202 and a 1203. Here's the thing, yeah, 1202 and an 8. Should have looked in his mirror. He had a lot of room on that one. Steve Del Buno Jr., 1501 dial. Jenna Nubala dialed in at 14 flat. Steve Del Buno Jr. takes the win, goes 1520 on a 1508, 126 on the tree. Jenna was late with a 540 light.
I get a sticker for that one?
Yes, you do, Eric. You get a sticker for your 007. Billy Tiger dialed in 1719. Matt Bryans dialed in at 1520. All right, Billy Taggart takes the win, goes 041 on the tree, goes 1737 on a 1719. Matt Bryans had a 279 light, and that usually spells disaster. Brandon Lockwood dialed in at 1443. In the Subaru will be the last one out here in Sports Street, and Street will be right behind him. All right, here we are in Street. Sheila Wolf dialed in at 1325. Kevin Miller dialed in at 15 flat. Mustang Charger battle. All right, Sheila Wolf will take the win, goes 1407 on a 1325, was 248 on the tree. Kevin Miller was 112 on the tree, but could not run that 15 flat. He went 16 flat for the loss. Tony Trucci dialed in at 1270 in the Nova. Shane Redding, 1270 dial in the Nissan in the O'Reilly lane. And Shane Redding will take out Tony Trucci. He goes 1281 on a 1270, 146 on the tree. Tony goes 156, goes 1307 on a 1270.
So you got, that's.
Steve Ribio dialed in at 1610 in the Chevy. John Weston, 1255 dial in the 66 Chevy. Double red light win goes to John Weston. He was closer to zero with the 012 red. Tony Poncerelli dialed in at 1260. Tim Barron dialed in at 1695. All right, Tim Barron takes the win, goes 164 on the tree, goes 1710 on a 1695. Paul Poncerelli, 1260 dial, went 1308 with a 252 light. So Paul will be watching Tim in the next round, probably. Nathan Sleth, Chris Sleth's son, dialed in at 1280 out of Petaluma, California, in the AMC Javelin. Jamie McGowan dialed in at 1330 out of San Carlos in the 2010 Ford F-250. Don't know where anybody is on the track. I'm still looking for them out. There's the tail lights. There's the wind sign. Enough soot out there I couldn't see. Jamie McGowan takes the win. Goes 1341. On the 1330 was 026 on the tree. Nathan goes 1278 on a 1280. Broke out, but he had a 463 light on top of it. Greg Tucker dialed in 1169 from Windsor in the Audi. Rick Sleth dialed in at 1418 out of Petaluma, California in the 55 Chevy. And it will be Greg Tucker takes the win. Goes 1178 on 1169 dial, 231 on the tree. Rick went 066, but could not run to 1418. Goes 1459 for the loss. Tam Lee dialed in at 1395 from Mountainville, California in the Mustang. Jay Russell dialed in at 1381 in the Challenger. Jay Russell will take the win, goes 076 on the tree, goes 1415 at 87 miles an hour. All right, David Carroll down the 13th flight is back in the truck up for some reason. So we'll figure this one out. Don't know what happened to David, so we're going to reset this thing up and get another person. Come on down. Let's see who's going to come up to the starting line. All right, looks like the Denzel side will take the win, goes 12.98 on a double breakout on a 13 flat. Jamie Pierce takes the loss. All right, Lonnie Pug dialed in at 13 flat out of Sonoma, California. John Lemos dialed in at 13.64 in the Hyundai Genesis. All right, Lonnie Pug dialed in at 13 flat. John Lemos dialed in at 13.64. A little staging battle there, a little lengthy one, but Lonnie turns on the red light, goes 128 red, where John Lemos will take the win, goes 038 green. All right, Ross Swanson looks like he's going to go out by himself here. And Swanson goes 13.18 on a 12.87, so he'll reset that dial. Let's see where we're at. Somehow I think we're into maybe high school. Hey, what a guess. Ryan Waters down in at 16.55 in the Chevy. Dustin Love down in at 17.12 in the Dakota. High school battle of pickups. And Dustin Love takes the win. He goes 0.51 on the tree. He goes 17.14 on a 17.12 dial at 72. Ryan Waters came to play. He goes 0.83, goes 16.66 on his 55 for the loss. Vincent P. down at 17 flat out of Novato. Angelina Love down at 17.22 out of Petaluma. And Angelina Love taps the brakes a bunch of times, takes the win, goes 127 on the tree, goes 17.30 on a 22 at 74 miles an hour. Vincent P. was late with a 6.85 light. Made it interesting, though, at the top end. Kevin Magna dialed in at 16.65 in the Subaru. Danny Alero dialed in at 15.60 out of Santa Rosa. All right, and it's going to be Daniel Olero takes the win. He goes 0.12 on the tree, goes 15.90 at 6 on a 15.60 for the win. All right, last car out. I believe it's just a time only. Got nothing else on it, so I'm going to say he's taking the time only. That'll bring us back into the semifinals of Jackpot. Dialing for dollars. It appears the winner of this, so this is a semi, and I believe there's only 3 cars left in Jackpot, will be facing Scott Sturley, who is going to go and buy into the finals. So here we go. Jorge Valencia in the Chevy Love. Craig Morales dialed in. We don't know the dial yet, but he's in the Tesla, top bulb Tesla. There it is. Craig Morales down 1161 out of Windsor. In the Tesla, Jorge Valencia, last week's winner, dial at 1043 in the 74 Chevy Love pickup. Jorge Valencia gets treat. He is not going to repeat tonight in jackpot. Craig Morales puts it all over him. He goes 013 on the tree, goes 1161 dead on 7 for a 20-pack. Jorge Valencia 035 on the tree, goes 1047 on a 1043 for the loss. So it's going to be Craig Morales and Scott Sturley racing for the big bucks when they come back around in jackpot. All right, Morales, Sturley, next time around, finals of jackpot. Hey, we got a good race. Tesla, Camaro. Will a Tesla win again at Sonoma Raceway? Is it going to happen? We will find out. Stay tuned. All right, Patrick Lanoux, we're back into Gear Jammers for their next round, down at 1350 in the Challenger. Carl Silson in the 12-second Miata, dial in at 1210. And Carl Silson gets anxious, turns on the red light, goes 046 to the dark side of the tree. So Patrick Lanoux, last year's champion, is still alive tonight. Craig Love down at 1238 in the Mustang. Jonathan Rice down at 1210 over there in the O'Reilly side. They get it all staged up. Turn on the lights. Let's see what happens. And Craig Love turns on the red light, goes 008 red. He is done for tonight. Jonathan Rice, 057 green, will move on. David Tabor in the Ford Daytona car down at 1325. It's still alive. All right, David Tabor goes down to the semifinals when we get back around to Gear Jammers. I'd like to see that old Ford win. It'd be kind of like that movie, Ford versus Ferrari. Well, we could call it Ford versus everything at Sonoma Raceway. Be a neat kind of movie. All right, here's Zaba Roselli's 1057 dial in the Nissan in the Denso side. Mitch Gately dial at 1015 in the 64 Nova. These are two fast cars. I mean, Zaba's car just a little bit slow off the line. 60-foot times aren't truly impressive. Mitch, he's an old hot rod. His are impressive. But, man, whatever Zaba's does, it picks up after 60 feet. I mean, Nick's car is like a rocket. See? Wow. Zabas on the brakes early, goes 003 on the tree, goes 1060 and a 1057 for the win at 111 miles an hour. Yeah, you can tell he was on the brakes. Mitch Gately, 137 on the tree, goes 1022 and 1015 for the loss. Dick Herrera dialed in at 1012 in the 54 Chevy pickup. Mark Carlson in that ultra fast 2002 Camaro dialed in at 978. Now get this, if I haven't told you this tonight, he drives that car here. Yes, he has a 9-second car on the street. Oh, and Dick Herrera, who cut a really good light, goes 087 on the tree, broke out, goes 1010 on a 1012 for the loss. Mark Carlson was 169 on the tree, goes 986 on a 978 for the win. All right, Willie Woo, last car out here in Comprod. I believe next time around we'll be in the semis on them. All right, here we go, getting ready to go into the wonderful world of motorcycles. 1, 2. Okay, quarterfinals in motorcycles. Eric Oliver, 1080 dial. Denzel side. Troy Rhymes down to 1325 in the O'Reilly lane. Well, looks like Eric Oliver took the win on that one. Something happened with Troy Rhymes on the line. I don't know what's going on here. We'll sort this picture out. Kyle Myers, 1095 dial. Johnny Rhymes dialed in at 1175. And Johnny Rhymes takes out Kyle Myers. He goes 12:05 and 11:75. That was 2:20 on the tree. That's why he's a little slow, because Kyle Myers had a 5:72 light and went 11:64 and a 10:95. Taylor Christie dialed in at 9:68 on the buy. So next time around, I believe we're going to be into the semis of motorcycle. All right, Jonathan Sanchez down at 1240 in the 2021 Toyota. Doug McKay dialed in at 1364 in the 2020 Ford. Be the quarterfinals right here in Sport Street. And Doug McKay goes 131 on the tree, goes 1376, 88 miles an hour for the win. Jonathan was 248.3 on the tree, goes 1267 on 1240 for the loss. Billy Taggart down at 1730 in the Nissan. Brandon Lockwood down at 1449 in the Subaru. All right, Billy takes the win. He goes 1744 and a 1730, 150 on the tree. Lockwood had a 178 and takes the loss. Steve Del Buono Jr. gets the bye run into the, I think I said semis, I think, right? Yeah, there was like 5 cars left. Yeah, 5. So it should be semis next time around. Steve Del Buono on the bye. Sheila Wolf dial in at 1385 in the Mustang. Shane Redding down at 1270 in the Nissan. We're into street. Oh, and Sheila Wolf takes the win. Shane Redding turns on the red light, 106 to the dark side, so Sheila moves on with a 110 green. Hey. All right, John Weston down at 1255 in the 66. Well, hold on a second. We'll get this figured out in a minute. All right, we'll wait till the computers get everything figured out right here on who's who at the line. I know one of them is going to be Tim Barron. Just got to figure out who's over there on the Denzel side. Okay, I might not even have that right. Okay, here we go. Hey, the screen has changed. I got Tim Barron down in a 1699 in the 05 Chevy. Got that one right. Here's David Carell dialed in at 13 flat in the 2016 Chevrolet. Okay, after a little here and there, moving cars around, we got the two going down the track. It looks like it's going to be Tim Barron takes a win, goes 17 flat on a 1699 dial with a 199 light. David Carroll goes a 1282 on a 13 flat breakout for the loss. Jamie McGowan dialed in at 1330 in the F250. Russ Swanson 1287 dial in the Mustang. Jamie McGowan goes 076 on the tree, but breaks out, goes 1329.9 on a 1330 dial for the loss. Swanson takes a win, 082, goes 1288 on an 87. John Lemmels dialed in at 1364 in the Hyundai Genesis. Jay Russell dialed in at 1381 in the Challenger. Both are green, and they are tight on this one. Let's see how it works out at the top end. It's going to be John Lemmels takes win, goes 1371 at 102, is 056 on the tree. Russell 047 on the tree, goes 1396 on an 81. Once again, everybody, you should have your tail lights on, especially like the car going into the water box in the Denso side. All right, here we go. John Weston just went down on the bye. See what we got here. He did pretty good. He dialed 1255, goes 1249. That's what you want to do on a bye run. Run it out the back door. It's a time run, so you run it out as hard as you can. All right, we're in the high school. I believe this is the semifinals. I count 3 cars. Danny Arroyo dialed in at 1560 in the Honda. Dustin Love dialed in at 1707. Looks like if Dustin wins, it's going to be an all-love final. And a double breakout win goes to Dustin Love. He goes 022 on the tree. He goes 1702 and a 074 to win. Danny goes 047 on the tree. He goes 1552 on a 1560 dial. So guess what? Angelina Love is going to be facing Dustin Love. So it's going to be an all-love final. It's going to be a love fest. There's going to be a lot of love in the final round. I think that's about enough said on that. I could go on, but no, I will not go on. So, all I got to say is, love is out there in the finals. Okay, here we go. We're into the finals of Jackpot. Scott Sturley, down 1166 in the Camaro out of San Rafael. Craig Morales, dialed in at 1161 out of Windsor. Top bulb Tesla racing the 2018 Tesla. Here we go. Gas power. Electric power. Will Tesla prevail and show us the future, or will Scott just say, hey, gas ain't done yet? Okay, the lights are good by both drivers. They are both green. Right about now, they're looking out the windows going, oh, who's got the better light? I don't know. Who's going to lift? Who's going to win? And it will be, hey, Scott Sturley saying, hey, gas cars ain't going to give up yet. Scott takes the win in Jackpot. He goes 1167 with 1166 style, 030 on the tree. Craig gave it a run, 061 on the tree. Goes 1162 on 1161 for the loss. Hey, Scott Sturley wins the big cash tonight, and Gas Power still wins. All right, test onlys. Or time onlys, whatever you want to call it. I'm tired. I've been up since like 5 this morning. All right, Chris Burton taking a time hit here. He had a little bit of off night with the Mustang. Usually that thing and him are like, symbiotic, man. Today it's just a little bit off. 015 on the tree red this time. He's got to work on that. It's just, it happens. It happens. You get out there and you're doing so great every week, and then all of a sudden, you get a little bit of a slump. Then you got to figure it out. Get out of it quick. All right, here we go. We're in the semis of Gear Jammers. Patrick Lanou dialed in at 1350 in the Challenger. David Tabor dialed in at 1325 in the Shelby Daytona. The winner of this goes in the final in the car in the water box. And Patrick Lanou takes the win. He goes 108 on the tree. He goes 1362 on a 1350. David was late with a 670 light and broke out on top of it. So Lanou is going to race Jonathan Rice in the finals of Gear Jammer right here, who's down at 1210, taking the bye run. So it's going to be Lanou Rice finals. All right, here we go into the semifinals of Comprod. Mark Carlson down at 982 in the Camaro. Willie Will down at 1049 in the Corvette. The winner of this is going to go against Zabas Roselli's in the GTR next time around. Yeah. No matter how you look at it, it's going to be a fast finals in Comprod. All these cars are 9 seconds, or 10 seconds and quicker, I should say. So, however it happens, it's going to be a fast finals. Wow, they're both green. And it's going to be Willie Will. Mark Carlson put up a lot of numbers there. 430 on the tree, goes 10-13 on a 982 for the loss. Willie Will moves into the final against Zaba. Look at this thing go. This GTR just hauls the mail. Let's see what he turns out at the top end. He broke out, but that doesn't matter. He goes 10:39 with an 8. So he's going to rethink that dial. That's what, you get a buy run, you run it out. You don't sit there and just take an easy pass. You can be late on the tree all you want. But, man, you want to make sure you run it out the back door because it's a free run to know what you're going to dial for the next round. All right, motorcycle semifinals, Johnny Rhymes and Taylor Crystal. Crystal dialed in at 980. Johnny Rhymes dialed in at 1182. The winner of this is going to face Eric Oliver in the finals of motorcycle. And it's going to be Taylor Crystal takes the win. He's going to move on to face Eric Oliver in the finals. He goes 10:21 on a 980 at 151 on the tree. Eric Oliver, buy run here. So it'll be Eric Oliver and Taylor Crystal. All right, that'll bring us up into Sports. It looks like Doug McKay got a buy run here. He's got 1367 on the boards. Let's see what he does. I believe, Sports Street, this is the semi, so Doug buys into the finals. Now, here we go. Who's it going to be to race against Doug McKay in the finals of Sports Street? Will it be Billy Taggart, dialed in at 1738? Will it be Steve Del Buono Jr., dialed in at 1570? He's got that Nissan Juke against the four-door Nissan for Billy. It'll be Billy Taggart and dead on Doug McKay in the finals on Sports Street. Billy takes the win, goes 1740 on 1738. He was 040 on the tree. Steve had the worst light of the night, 122, takes the loss and breaks out on top of it. All right, here we go into Street. I believe this is like the, let's see, we got five quarterfinals. John Lemos dialed in at 1364 out of Novato in the Genesis. Tim Barron dialed in at 1699 out of Rohnert Park, California in the Chevy pickup. Everything's final but Street. All right, high school, we need you suited up and get ready to go. High school, suit up. Get ready to come on out, high school. And it's going to be John Lemos taking the win over Tim Barron. John Weston down at 1247. Russ Swanson down at 1287. Looks like right after this we got a Gear Jammer final coming up. Let's see if Swanson can hold off Weston. Lights are tight. Who's going to run the better numbers? That's what it's going to be. And it's going to be John Weston. Goes 1249 on a 1247. 023 on the tree takes the win. Sheila Wolf gets the bye to the semis, I believe, next time around. Here comes the final of Gear Jammers running up there, and that'll be followed by the finals of high school. Gato, Sheila Wolf on the bye. Here comes the finals of Gear Jammers. That'll bring up high school right behind them. All right, here's your finals. Gear Jammers. Patrick Lanou down at 1350. Jonathan Rice down at 1210. Remember, all winners, come on over to Sunoco Victory Lane tonight. Get your pictures. Man, they got a lot of neat stuff. The pictures are going to be beautiful in the background. So if you win tonight, man, you're going to have some nice stuff in the background in Victory Lane. Lanou, Rice, finals, Gear Jammers. And, wow, in an upset, Jonathan Rice goes 0-12 on the tree, goes 12-26 on a 12-10 at 107. Lanou treat him with a 0-06 light, but goes 13-73 on a 13-50. So in Gear Jammers, Jonathan Rice will be getting his picture taken over in Victory Lane as champion tonight. All right, we're in the high school finals. It's a love fest. Angelina Love, Dustin Love. Wonder if they don't know each other. No, they do. Dustin and Angela. Angela dialed in at 1722. Dustin dialed in at 1704. You think they're going to love each other right now? But probably not. But they'll love each other after the race. All right, they both turn on green lights. Who's it going to be? Dustin or Angela? Battle of the Loves for supremacy of the Loves tonight. And it's going to be Dustin takes the win, goes 17-18 on a 17-04. He was 118 on the tree. Angela was late with a 274 light, goes 17-27 at 78. So congratulations to Dustin Love, I believe, on his first win in high school tonight. Eric Oliver dialed in at 1070 out of Santa Rosa. Taylor Crystal dialed in at 972 out of Napa. Here we go, your motorcycle final, followed by your Sports Street final. Eric Oliver goes 060 on 3, goes 1093 and a 1070 for the loss. Taylor Crystal goes 704, goes 990 on a 972 for the win. So Taylor is the winner tonight in motorcycles. So come on over to Sunoco Victory Lane when this is all over. Billy Taggart dialed in at 738. Dead on Doug McKay dialed in at 1367. This is your finals of Sports Street. I called that one. Billy breaks out. He tapped the brakes, not hard enough. He goes 17.26 on a 17.38. He had him beat with 0.25. Doug McKay takes the win. Your champion tonight, 0.88 on 3. He goes 13.68 on a 13.67 to take out Billy Taggart. All right, we're into Comp Rod finals. Willie Will dialed in at 10.49. Zaba Roselli's dialed in at 10:41 in the GTR, in the Denzel side. And Willie Will takes out Zaba. He goes 10.65 and a 10.49, 112 miles an hour for the win. So your champion in Comp Rod tonight is Willie Will. All right, looks like John Lemos has the buy-in street. We're sending him out right now. All right, John Lemos, he got the buy into the finals. So now we got the Mustang going against the Chevy 2 wagon to see who is going to race John Lemos in the finals of street. And that'll be all for tonight. Wow. One more finals after this, and we will be done. Wow. Sheila Wolf dialed in at 13.20 out of San Rafael in the Mustang. John Weston, 12.47 dial in the 66 Chevy wagon. That's about as low as I put my Suburban, so at least I know how it's going to look. Well, it won't look that nice, but it's going to be that low. Just as a reminder, all winners come over to Sunoco Victory Lane after the finals we have here in street. So we'll come over there. We'll get your pictures taken with the world famous Nick at Night Bubblets. And it's going to be John Weston goes 080 on the tree, goes 13 flat on 12.47 for the win. Sheila was late with a 176 light, goes 12.97 breakout on a 13.20. So it's going to be John Weston in the finals when we come back around. So just a reminder, we will not be racing here next Wednesday night. Again, if you want to do some Wednesday night racing, go on up to Sacramento, race in the Udo Richter's old-timer race for Glenn Terry, to remember him. Hey, it's a chance to win like a grand, over $1,000 if you win that thing. You know, all the money that racers pay in go directly back to the payouts to the racer. Who wins first, second, and third, he pays pretty good. So, Remember, if you want to make some serious bucks, street race bucks, go up to Sacramento on Wednesday night. So as we only got a couple more cars here, on behalf of Danny DeVita and the starting line crew, Lisa in time slips, and the rest of the starting crew, and us in the tower. I ain't going to say the words, but I already got us mentioned, and the fire safety crew, the ambulance crew, who sits there all night long. Hopefully we never get to see you guys in the ambulance crew. That's what we hope the best for, but you're here. One more finals to go. Hey, I got pens. I'm going to hide them in here so nobody takes them. Everybody steals my pens. All right, last final to go, and that's going to be street. We got one sitting here in the lanes waiting for the other car to show up. Well, we're just waiting here for the finals of, here it comes. We got the Nova up here, the finals of street, the last race of the night. John Lemos down in the 1364 of Novato in the Hyundai Genesis, going against John Weston from Sacramento down on the 1247 in the 66 Chevy station wagon. God, I love the color of that car. Love the tinted windows, the blue tinted windows with the blue car. That car is smoking good. All right, here we go. The finals, the last race of the night. John Lemos, John Weston. Once again, all winners come on up to Sunoco Victory Lane. Get your pictures taken with Nick Bublitz, and we'll post them on Facebook at Sonoma Raceway. Oh, and John Lemos breaks out, goes 13:58 on a 13:64. John Weston takes the win, goes 12:49 on a 47, 149 on a tree. So he is your last winner tonight in street. So on behalf of everybody I talked about on the starting line, Paul and his helpers out here in the lanes, our new glorious leader, Nick and Knight Brothers, and everybody in the tower, I wish you all a great night. Drive safely. If you want to come over and watch pictures being taken, we'll be over there at Sunoco Victory Lane in a few minutes. Have a good drive home and be safe.